What's good? What's good? I'm gonna give it a second to folks come in. Friday once again. Talk some more boxing. Pablo Escobar, what's good with you, bro? Wait for some more folks to come in. Put on some boxing content just so I could look at something on my TV. Oh wow, they showed Broner Maidana recently. That's crazy. Tex Rock, what up? Hyphy was good. Watch the Shields Marshall breakdown. It was on point. Appreciate that, fam. Try to do my best to educate the viewing fans. Peter was good. Salute Boxing Gems and Georgia Film Study today on Shields and Marshall. Appreciate that, fam. How does relevant work? It's just like it's pretty much just like a new Reddit, but it's cool though. Direct message type shit. Um, you know, just ongoing conversations about boxing. Hit the link, man. It don't take nothing but a Gmail to sign up or whatever. You can sign up through various shit, but nah, that's cool, man. For real, what's good with you, bro? Extraordinary, what's up? Big Smoke, K, what's good with y'all? Made me feel like Marshall movie, like almost like a female Fury with that herky jerk faint style. Nah, it ain't really the same, but I can see what you're talking about. Give it a second. We'll wait for the creator of this topic to come on. Keep putting this link in the chat just in case anybody want to holler at me. Wish it was some boxing on tonight, but it's not. Not that I know of. Like it looks awkward with their length to me is what I mean. Um, they both use distance really well, but Tyson Fury uses the long guard, and Savannah Marshall really doesn't. They both do a lot of probing, but Savannah probably does more. It's a few differences, but I could see how you could say they're sort of similar. What fight are you most looking forward to? Man, whatever helps boxing, man. Whatever helps boxing. Definitely want to see Spence Crawford sign that deal. I'm definitely interested in everything I've done film studies on. Shields Marshall should be a hell of a fight. Usyk, Joshua too should be a good fight. Interesting to see what's going on in that. Um, what else is coming up? Oh, body shot with the super duper chat.
Money to burn.
Straight cash. Then I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family for the rest of our lives. I'm rich, bitch!
Appreciate that, fam. What's good with you? Chris, what up, man? Threw the link out there already. Especially when you showed her crossing her feet. Tyson Fury doesn't do a lot of that, though. Tyson Fury's footwork is better. A lot better. They both, Marshall's footwork looks dynamic. I mean, it is really, but nah, she makes a lot of mistakes in there. But I'm not sure if anybody's skilled enough to take advantage. You think Tank Garcia happens, and if it does, you looking forward? I mean, not. If it, I mean, I'm sure they'll get some money in boxing. I mean, so yeah. Salute Boxer Gems. Great video uploaded earlier. Classes in session. Keep holding it down. Much love, bro. Much appreciated, Juice. Was that dead presidents? Of course it was. Yes, sir. Imagine your own family coming through and stealing shit, man. Imagine your own family. What you talking about, bro? I'm looking forward to the Antoine versus Bartholomew fight because I'm a Gary Antoine fan. I'm looking forward to his first championship fight, man. They need to get that boy on that championship track. What kind of skill set do you think it takes to beat Fury? What type of skill set? I don't even understand the question. Like any type of skill, like you mean what type of style? Um, that speaks towards the topic. But I'm gonna let um I'm gonna let my guy Joey come on and cook about it. Then I'll answer that further. Fury. Oh, I know Fury don't. I'm saying that's why she was awkward to me. I'm saying Fury with the feints. Yeah, I got you. But Savannah don't do as much of the herky jerky shit as Fury does. But their styles are pretty different, fam. Gabriel, what up, man? Put that link out already. Charlo versus Zoo. I mean, that's a cool fight. I got Charlo by knockout though, even before a film study. So I don't think my I don't think my stance on that is going to change. Going to change. Gabriel, my guy.
What's going on, brother?
What's up with you, man?
I'm good, fam. What's going on with you? What's happening?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Waiting on Joey. This was his suggestion, so I told him I'd let him cook on it, and he's not here. But I guess we can cook a little bit. I mean, what you think about it? So basically, styles make fights is something we all say, right?
We say it a lot.
But but on my end, for me, it's just a lazy way of saying that somebody's skill set has limitations.
Say that again.
For me, when I say styles make fights, it's just a lazy way of somebody's skill set has limitations.
Hmm.
Because I mean, if you think about it, I mean, so there's no one, so there's no one style that always beats another style. And a fighter could come in the ring and adjust and use multiple styles. But the only time we really say that is when we expect a certain type of fight because two fighters have limited styles or limited skills and fight in one style, or who this is. Give me a second, fam. I'll see you in the back. Um, yeah, or we already seen that in the past that a fighter with a certain style has problems with a specific style. You know what I'm saying? Or a specific set of skills. That's it.
Agreed.
It's just a lazy way of saying all that.
Agreed.
So do
Uh,
styles make fights?
they
Not
do.
exactly. Not exactly. But yeah, it makes sense, but it don't. That's why I said styles make fights, sort of.
Yeah. Uh,
Extraordinary. What's good with you, bro?
Yo, salute Boston Jim. What's good, brother?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt, man. I watch your films, man. I be checking your films out, brother. Hey, man,
I
you got some your shit hot, bro.
appreciate that, fam.
No
Much love.
doubt, no doubt, no doubt. I got a my question, man. I want to know, people kind of rag on Tank a little bit, man, but I want to know your opinion on that Tank and Rolly fight, man. You know, they said Tank was getting his ass whooping, but I like to think that Tank, his style, I ain't gonna say he Bud like, but he got similar, like he set up traps or something. Uh, I get that he can set up traps and stuff like that. It looked like he getting his ass whooped, but he'll catch you with something you don't see.
All right, real quick. Let me ask you a question. How did you have that fight scored before the knockout?
Uh, I, me personally, I had Tank up. I had Tank up. I had Tank up.
Do you remember that? Do you remember your
But
scorecard?
I can't remember my scorecard. I can't remember what I had. I ain't gonna
I,
lie to you.
all right, so let me tell you this. I think myself and the whole panel while we was on live
Right.
had it either 4-1 or 3-2 Tank.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So where Tank was getting his ass whooped, we didn't see.
Okay.
So I'm already kind of opposed to that narrative. So
Right.
and then he got a knockout.
No doubt.
So
It just seemed like Rolly was just more active, and Tank was just kind of like waiting on his spots, like picking his spots and stuff. That's what I
yeah,
got
I
from.
mean that's what it was really.
Right.
I mean it was certain aspects of the fight that I thought was kind of weak from Tank,
Right.
but it was like it was just in spots. You know what I'm saying? I thought
Yeah.
overall he was winning the fight. So yeah, I didn't see no type of Tank ass whooping, man.
Right.
Rolly's skill set is very limited, man.
Right.
It's very limited, and that's saying it a nice way.
Right. Right.
So
But what is crazy because I did get a chance to see Tank boxing skills, and it's kind of like people kind of just gloss over that shit. Like Tank, he just a knockout artist. He can't really box and stuff like that. And I said, have you just really watched Tank
yeah,
and stuff
yeah,
like
that's
that?
ridiculous, bro.
People love to say that shit though. Yeah, I hear that. That's the narrative on Tank. You know what I'm saying? He catch you with that one shot, and that's it. But Tank can, like, they don't sit there and watch Tank actually like box. The guy can actually box, and it, I just hear people always saying Tank is just a knockout artist. Oh, you know, he just he
Fam,
just
look, bro. I don't know what channels you coming from, but
hey
but if
man,
if somebody doesn't think that Tank Davis could box, bro. I mean, we just so far apart that I don't know. It ain't even nothing I can say to that type of person. So
Right.
so
Right.
yeah, that's the wrong channel for that type of shit. I mean, if you watch Tank's career and who hasn't, you know what I'm saying? Especially like Tank's a newer dude, so even the new boxing
Right.
fans can go back in the archives and watch this man box and establish a jab, uh, front foot, back foot, lateral movement, um, athleticism. Well, I mean, the man set up that backhand in a few different ways, set traps, control and guard manipulation on the inside. Like, dude, yeah, the man could fight, bro.
I mean, just that knockout of Santa Cruz, where he was in a switch stances, and he threw that left uppercut from from an orthodox position. That in and of itself is bananas.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the
Right.
same thing he did to Gamboa.
Right.
So
Right.
look, I don't know what to say to people that think otherwise. I mean, they just don't either. They don't even know what they're watching, or they didn't see it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's pretty much it. And if I'm talking about a whole channel or a host of a channel, then that's not really what I'm here for. But if shit, hey, I said what I said. You don't know what you're watching, or you didn't actually watch it.
Right.
Chris, what up with you, bro?
Yo, yo, what's good?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
What's
I'm
happening,
trying to
bro?
trying to wait on
What's
Joey,
going
man.
on,
I
Gabriel?
don't I don't know what's going on. Let me try to hit him up on IG or something.
You know what I wanted to talk about when I saw the notification. I'm like, you know what? Let's see what other people think, because there's a bit of a debate around with trainers thinking, because boxing is not there. It's a system, but there's certain little things that can be up for. There is a difference of opinion with certain things, right? For instance, I've seen that a lot of people find they have two different ways that they like to teach how to roll under punches, right? You got some people like to just drop their weight down and then, switch slots doing the U, right? And
Hmm.
there's other guys that actually like to do a slight bend at the waist.
This
And
Yeah.
Gabriel, hold on for a second. This is for what?
this is when rolling under punches, like a weave
Oh,
bar.
okay. Yeah, I got you.
And some people teach it with a slight, like I said, just dropping their weight and doing a U and ending up on the other side on the other slot, or kind of a slight bend at the waist without bending over the knee, but a slight bend at the waist. And both has their pros and cons, right? You got the 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 personally, I'm not a big fan of the weaving anyway, because I think it's just a slow maneuver, and defense has to be fast. But if it has to happen, I get why some people like to weave. Now, the pros and cons for both, if you're just dropping your weight and you ended up doing the U, it's your I've been able to, even in sparring, be able to catch dudes with like a hook, right? Because I'll time it as they roll. If they try to weave and they pre-weave, I've been able to time it and be able to catch them
Yeah.
with a hook. The other thing,
Muratalia, my bad cutting you off, Gabriel, but just to add to your point, Muratalia, if I'm saying his last name correctly, cracked the dude on the temple when he was trying to weave underneath the hook.
Hmm.
He
and
tried
I
to go underneath the right
Yeah.
hand and come
and
back.
that's exactly where I get them, on the top of the head, right? Like
Yeah.
the temple. Yeah, correct.
Yep. Makes perfect. Look, so Gabriel, go ahead and cook.
All right. So, and the other thing is, and so the people that will say that's the con, right? But the pro to it is that you're able to see your opponent very well because you're standing more upright, right? Your frame is upright. You're just dropping your weight and you're going under the punch and ending up on the other side. That's the pro to that. The con of slightly bending is that you're limiting your vision of your opponent, but you're also the other con of rolling under it is that it's easy to take head control, right?
Yep.
With the when you do the slight bend at the waist, it's harder to do get head control, right? Because you're able to kind of like slide off. If they try to grab your head, you could just kind of slide off because you have that slight bend and you're less vertical, you're more horizontal, and you just kind of slide off the glove. So I was just wondering what people think, what they think
Let
is
me
better.
nah,
Oh,
let me champ it real quick. Look, so so if I was a trainer or if I was fighting, the only time I would recommend a weave is after a punch, after I throw a punch, and it's to the side that I throw the punch from. So if I throw, say a lead cross, my weight's gonna be on my front foot in the end. I'll expect a counter from the side I threw a punch from. So I'm weaving off my front leg back to my back leg, possibly with a step sometimes too. That's the only time I would recommend a weave, period. You're
but like
not
a
like
pre-weave.
pre weaves, no, bro. I would never do that shit.
No, I'm saying after you, so you're automatically throwing the cross and then
Oh
you just
yeah,
weave.
yeah. It's just
Yeah,
a part of defensive responsibility.
yeah.
You know what I'm
Okay,
saying? Just moving my head out, moving my head off the line after I throw a punch, and that's it. So it's a pre-weave, but 9 times out of 10, you know what I'm saying, especially if your opponent has a lead hand hook, and we're talking about a closed stance fight, then 9 times out of 10 he's throwing that hook. You know what I'm saying, unless
right,
you nail him too well with the cross, right?
right.
So I'm weaving from my left back to my right foot. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's the only time I would even recommend it.
Right.
The only time at all. And how I would do it is I would bend slightly at the waist. It's not really a complete bend, but it's slightly at the waist.
Chris?
I mean, I could see the utility of both. Um, I mean, it's a hard pick. There are a lot of variables that go into being able to use bending at the legs over bending at the waist. I mean, guys will try their best to clear any headshot. So bending at the waist tends to kind of get guys around waist level so they can clear the hook. Um, it's tricky. It can be dangerous though. If you're gonna go for like a weave or what you're saying, a pre-weave, if a right hand is coming, for instance, I don't see a problem with a close stance for visuals. When your weight is already on the back leg, you can weave underneath instead of trying to slip across when a right hand is coming, because that is dangerous because you're crossing the center line. If you get bad timing on that, um, that could be awful for you. I mean, there's different elements that go into it
Yeah.
that I'm not entirely sure which one to pinpoint is better than the other.
So I rather the waist bend just because I'm gonna probably opt to step back with it with the weave. You know what I'm saying? Like in that scenario, if I throw a cross, my weight is on my lead leg, I'm probably gonna opt to weave and half step or full step back at the same time, back leg first.
To get away
So
from
if my
a
knees
potential uppercut.
to uppercut, hook, whatever.
Right.
So um, if my knees are bent, it's gonna make that step back a little harder. But
Somebody in the
if I just you know what I'm saying bend slightly at the waist, then I could do it with ease.
somebody at the in the chat just said bending at the waist is more energy sufficient.
I don't know about
Uh,
all that.
uh, so bending at the waist,
Mm,
if you bend too much, it does zap some of your energy. but
Yeah.
just a slight bend, not so much. But because, like for instance, when you got guys that like to reach and they start bending at the waist when they're reaching, you'll start to see them gas out a lot quicker. But a slight bend, I don't think it really burns that much energy.
Yeah.
But there
Yeah.
is there's
I
there is
just. I
something
mean,
to
what's
that.
I mean, the difference between you bending at the knee and like what's gonna take more energy? I mean, that's shit, bro. That's hard to say, man.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Were you about to say something?
No. That I just wanted
Oh, that was just a.
to throw that little grenade in there and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, bending at the knees, as far as energy is concerned, I mean, I would say bending at the knees probably is actually more energy sufficient due to the fact that our heads, in terms of the gravitational pull that we have to deal with our movements, when your head is directly above your body, it's not, it doesn't take that much work just to be able to level change. Whereas if you go bend at the waist, your legs are not underneath your head. So you have to pretty much pull from your abdominals, from your
Mhm.
core, just to come back up after you do that.
You put more.
Whereas,
Go ahead. Sorry,
go
my
ahead,
bad.
Gabriel.
Finish. No,
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 go
no,
ahead.
you're
Finish.
fine.
Finish.
I mean, I was just gonna say it's just gonna take more of you. It kind of reminds me of like an arm punch, where there's not enough power on an arm punch because there's not enough stability with what you put down through your lower body. That's why it doesn't have the same effect. But the same thing bending at the waist. I mean, yeah, you may clear the punch, but since you don't have your legs, your lower extremities to raise your level back up to to your initial stance, you got to go off your core.
Yeah. I think so. I think the difference is with the step back or without the step back, right?
Or the
So
step around.
right, or that too. So, but what I'm saying is, if you're gonna step back and you're bending at the knees, I mean that's just extra shit with your legs. You know what I'm saying? But if you step back and you're bending at the waist, I think I don't know, man. The chat has some good points too. You're saving your legs. Um, American wrestler versus Russian. Russian conserve energy by bending at the waist. I mean, I think it's I think it could be pretty even actually.
I mean, also depends on like because when you slow down, like issues that come from guys that employ head movement, like with Murataya when he caught Buddy over the top of his head with a left hook. If you kind of freeze it for a little bit, his opponent kind of just after he got the first weave when he wove underneath the right hand, he kind of just stayed on a lead foot. And a part of being able to miss a punch is dependent upon how skilled you are at being ready for the next shot,
Yeah,
as opposed to just kind of giving up. Because that extra millisecond that you wait in a position might mean that it's that much harder to clear a punch. And you might get caught. Same thing, for instance, if you have guys that teach how to defend against a 1-2 with head movement, they say slip, slip. Problem is, if you're not quick on that second slip against the two, you might get caught crossing the center line.
hmm
However, in boxing, it has happened where guys have effectively slipped the 1-2. So a
yeah,
lot of it goes predicated on who you're fighting and what your timing's looking like. Have you a lot of guys like for instance like Canelo with his head movement, it's not very effective to just employ, you know, um, risky defensive maneuvers in rounds 1 through 3. You want to get to know your opponent before you start employing those type of defensive maneuvers first, because you want to be able to get the right timing when you defend. You got to figure them out first. So it also plays into the role of how skilled the fighter is and how aware are they of knowing you got more punches you got to defend against. You're not done yet.
yeah.
You know what I
Look,
mean?
so real quick, if so, again, if I was training, I would never teach a slip on a 1-2. Now, but if you could do it, you could do it. But
Yeah,
I would never train it.
It,
too
Never.
risky in my opinion.
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
it
way
is
too risky.
risky. It is risky not only because of what you said, but also because you could feint you could feint the jab and know that they're going to be on the right on their right side, your left side, in the perfect path of the cross. So
Yeah,
that's the other problem. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
same issue with
I-
trying to slip and counter and
I'm in
getting
the
caught
I'm
with a
in the
1-2 when you try it.
go
My
ahead,
bad.
go ahead. Go ahead, go
No,
ahead.
no, no. You go. No, no, I'm done.
I'm
My
I'm in
fault,
the
bro.
so I'm in the school of not taking a backhand impact. For real.
Yeah,
that's a pretty
At
good
all.
idea.
At all. At all. Not on a glove, not on an arm. I, if it has to be, it's on the arm, on the shoulder. If you're, okay, say you're in a Philly shell or some shit. If it has to be, it's on the shoulder. But not like, you know what I'm saying? Not the traditional, tuck and lean towards the side, you know what I mean? Towards the same side. Not none of that shit, man. So, yeah, yeah, and then slip though is even worse than that for me. Is even worse than taking the punch on the arm. So it's just dangerous. But K Black Entertainment, legs, feet, still the first line of defense, right? So there's different schools of thoughts on that. Um, a lot of people, a lot of trainers will tell you the jab is the first line of defense, or the lead hand is the first line of defense.
I'm one of those guys.
Yeah, and it has merit, but so does the school of thought that says the feet is the first line of defense. But I'm one of the lead hand guys as well.
Because if they get past the lead hand, then you can use your feet, right? Um, the thing is, the lead hand is going to help you control distance, right? So if you're controlling distance, you're already making it very difficult to put leather on you already. And then you can add layers of defense, right? You can have your at that point, you don't even need to use your feet if you're controlling range. I mean, obviously, part of controlling range will be to take a couple, maybe a little shuffle back, a little step back from time to time. But if you're controlling range, uh, really at that point, you could get away with just a lot of upper body movement if you have that kind of skill set. Then, yeah, I mean, you don't really have to go anywhere, and you could stay in range the entire time. Picking your spots to land punches. So
Is that kind of what we see Bud do?
What's that?
Like what he's saying, controlling range. Like
Yeah,
kind of,
yeah,
yeah. Because I
yeah.
kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Nah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, because I was watching some of, and like I say, I study a lot of your videos, boxing gyms, and I was watching, like I be watching Bud, and a lot of time people say he starts slow, so I know it's about with him calculating and trying to download information. So I kind of he use if he most time what comes out in the southpaw, most time what he starts out in the southpaw, he starts whatever he used his jab to kind of see how far, like control the range, kind of like control the range, stuff like
Yeah,
that. So he's
yeah,
boxing off the back foot, like off the back foot,
yeah.
but then he start getting more aggressive later in the rounds, coming forward.
Right, right. Yeah. You could use a jab for offense or defense. And what Crawford's doing at the beginning of the fight is mainly measuring distance. So the jab is really controlling distance, like you said. So, um, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and
the jab.
also, Gems, you remember when we were having fits about Rodriguez when
Oh
last
man,
weekend. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. What was that? What was that brother's name that he fought?
Um,
I think his nickname was Ghost.
fuck. Rodriguez versus the other guy was the what's the name, the who the network was looking out for.
Yeah,
Fuck, what was his name? Somebody in
and
the chat got me. Who fought last week? It was Rodriguez versus Shit.
It was a Garcia undercard. But I mean, just to paint a picture, I mean, we saw what happens when the lead hand, when you're not effective with a lead hand, just off of that. A guy can just kind of walk in on you, even if you have good feet.
Right.
You're kind of always dealing with the dude kind of just walking you down.
Yeah.
We don't put something in front of him to stop him from always coming forward.
Yeah. Punch traffic. Whatever you want to
Yeah,
call it. Whatever you want to call it. I mean, active lead hand helps with all of that. And as soon as you pull it back, especially if you're fighting out a traditional guard, a Philly shell, a high guard, you leave all that space and opportunity
Yeah.
where your opponent can step in.
yeah,
It's funny that you say that. One of the guys that I trained, he was sparring, and he was doing everything right, and then all of a sudden, he kind of backed himself into the ropes, and he just put up into the high guard, and the opponent just starts getting off, and then he asked me like, "What did I do wrong?" And I'm like, "You became a target, right? That's what you did. You walked yourself into the ropes, walked yourself back into the ropes, and just put your hands up, and you just basically invited him to get off, right? You did not. You were doing a good job because he has a very good in and out game, and so he was really controlling range that way, using punches and his feet to make sure the dude was having trouble getting close to him. But as soon as for some reason he just kind of backed up into the ropes, and dude just started letting his hands go, and he's like, "What happened?" I'm like, "Well, you giving him the invitation to come hit you. Like, don't do that, right? You number one, you should have kept doing what you were doing. We talked about it a lot all the time about guys are doing something that's working and they get away from it. He got away from it for a second, and he paid the price. The other thing is, if you're not controlling the distance between you and your opponent, especially with just a high guard, they won't just let your hands go, and you letting them because you're not giving them a reason not to."
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
What? Hey, boxing Jim, what's your take on? I know this kind of off subject, but what's your take on the Broner and the Figueroa fight? What's your
I
take on it?
I don't really have one because I'm not gonna do no film study because it's pointless.
Right.
Um, we don't know what type of Broner's gonna show up at all.
Broner that's not gonna throw punches.
And honestly, we don't know what type of Figueroa is gonna show up. Like Figueroa's been on a losing streak. Broner's
Yeah.
been on a pretty much a losing streak. I mean, I'm not really interested in the fight.
Gotcha.
So I really don't have a take. Broner ain't been Broner in years.
Gotcha.
So I mean, do you have a take on it?
Man, let me tell you, man, it's crazy because I, Broner. Oh my God, this guy, man. I've been wanting. It's almost like at first I wanted to see him win. I want to see him kind of try to, but Broner can't get out his own way, man. And I'm not like you. I really, really like don't give a fuck about it. But I just like, okay, just cause it's Broner, I'm gonna check the fight out. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna watch the fight. But I don't know, man. He just and with this whole rant he go on, man, and all this. I guess it's just for whatever he feels entitled, and he feel like people owe him, and he feel like I don't know. It just he's not relevant, but his name his name is just because he's Broner. It just he feels like he's owed more respect or something like that. I don't know. Personally, I look at him, I think that he might need some help or something. You know what I'm saying? Some type of help.
Yeah,
But
yeah, some outside the ring help. Yeah,
yeah, bro.
I
Yeah,
I, I feel that.
yeah. Because this guy right here, man, I'm like. But I said I was gonna watch the fight. I'm gonna check the fight out, and that was my next thing. I was gonna ask you, was you gonna, be on for that fight or something. But
I'll
apparently,
probably be on for the fight. Now, how much I'm gonna pay attention to the actual fight, I can't promise you. It's gonna be a whole lot,
right,
but
right,
we
right.
will be on here talking shit. We might look. So, what I want to start doing is, getting away from the type of blow for blow deal, and I want to start watching other shit. You know what I'm saying? Watch the
Yeah,
shit I like to watch in the ring. Like, but just
right.
pay close attention to one fighter or the other. Pay close attention to their feet, and how
Yeah,
they're set up. Pay close attention to all that type of shit. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Other than just punch for punch. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
and then break that down and tell y'all what I'm seeing. That's what I'd rather do, honestly. Cause
That's the shit.
who wins or loses these fights, man, I don't care.
There you go.
I really don't.
That's the shit I need to be listening for, Tim. When you do the breakdowns and stuff, that's what I want to listen in on. Because
Yeah,
I want to see what it is that I'm looking at that you're seeing, so I can pay more attention to that. You know what I'm
and
saying? So
and what's real?
what's that?
Doing that, doing that will probably be the best indicator of who's about to win the fight, no matter it's the first round, the second round, or the fucking 10th round.
Right.
Honestly, you know what I'm saying? Aside from doing blow for blow, because people gonna land punches,
Yeah.
people gonna eat punches.
Yeah.
Your shit is really it's definitely important to scoring rounds,
Right.
but if the fight is gonna end in say like a knockout, it's gonna be in everything else that they're doing, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Aside from the punches that they're landing at that moment.
agreed.
Right.
I also think that trying to come up with in-house, I mean, in fight adjustments and seeing if they actually execute is something good to talk about too. See if they're gonna make any changes and what those changes could
Uh,
be.
Hold on, real quick before I forget, Chris Lamont Roach. That's what it was.
Yeah.
All right, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Gabriel.
No, that was it. Just yeah, just talking about uh,
Oh
making
yeah,
adjustments and
right.
who should make what kind of adjustment
Facts.
and see if they see if the trainers listen and trainers actually tell them, and if they do, let's see if they execute.
Yeah. So man, if it was like my dream panel on these fight nights would be, one guy doing like a semi blow for blow, and the rest of us looking for other shit that's happening
Right.
in the ring, and saying what adjustments should be made, what exactly a fighter's doing with their feet, what a fighter's setting up, all that type of shit. Like that would be dope.
Right. Right.
That
Yeah.
would be dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blow by blow coverage is always going to be difficult because we
Oh
got
yeah,
we
yeah,
got
you're
people in
right.
all different times of the
Yeah,
fight. We got
that's
Joey
fucked
who
up.
seems to be like 10 decades ahead of everybody when watching the fight.
That's
Every
true.
goddamn time.
Then we got we got, I think Gabriel and I tend to have like around the same time. I might be like a few seconds before him, and
Yeah,
then
we're
James,
about the
you're like a
same.
minute. Yeah, James, you're like a minute ahead of us.
Right.
So
Yeah, I'm right behind. I'm 30 seconds behind Joey and a minute ahead of y'all. Like this should be fucked up.
yeah, Joey knows the damn winner of the fight before
Well, fuck it.
anybody else does.
That means Joey should do blow for blow.
Yes, so.
Yeah, but then we're not gonna see it, and then we're gonna get to it. He already ruins what happens, because that's what usually ends up happening. He's like, oh, and we're like, oh, we already know
Yeah.
something
Hey, you
happened.
know what's crazy though? You know what could what's likely to happen in that scenario? We would just be talking about the adjustments made or the adjustments needed, and he would be talking about the knockout because of that adjustment.
That would be wild.
So in that way, that might be dope again. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, so and so is now he's timing a jab with his counter I don't know, fucking liver shot. And Joey be looking at the liver shot knockout. You know what I mean? Like that's a likely scenario.
Yeah.
That shit wild though.
And he would be
Shoot, we
announcing
could
it.
try it.
Yeah, we'll try it. We'll try it. For sure.
Hey guys,
Go
I
ahead.
want to ask y'all a question, panel. Now, the my personal take on the welterweight Boots. I look at Boots and I see him pretty much beat everybody else in the welterweight division except for the top two guys. How do y'all see him stacking up against the top two guys in the welterweight division?
Oh Lord.
I'm
Go
talking right
ahead.
now, as it
Y'all can
stands.
answer that, man.
Dun 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 dun.
as it stands right now.
Look, so let me tell you this real quick, fam. So tonight I'm trying to keep it more of a technical
Oh, okay.
panel.
Gotcha.
So I don't want to delve too deep into shit like this unless we're going to talk about the technical ability of Boots versus Crawford or Spence.
Well,
Now,
I would love to hear that too.
okay, all right. Well, Gabriel, you got something?
I mean, it's not his fault because he's getting everybody out of there. My problem is we haven't seen him, execute game plans for 12 rounds, right? We don't know what
Right.
that looks like. That matters, right?
Right.
So it's tough to say. And once again, it's not his fault. He's getting them out of there. He's doing what he's supposed to do. But I mean, I think maybe when they have another fight, maybe they should be like, look, let's get some rounds.
Right.
Let's get some rounds.
All right. So everybody seems to think that that fight night idea is a good idea. That's what I'd rather see. Solid idea. You had to synchronize during the walk-ins. Yeah, that's not even a joke. We would. Chris doing blow for blow. Gabriel saying what a fighter needs to do. Jim controlling the conversation. Nah, look, we'll let Chris be fucking 2 minutes behind.
Yeah, I'm way
He
too far
can't do
behind
blow
for that
for
one.
blow. But yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Chris. You got something on it?
No, it's no, I don't have anything on it.
No, you can't. No breakdown of the technical abilities of and outlook of Boots
I'm,
versus Crawford or Spence.
I mean, nothing that you haven't
Heard
outlined for
already.
pros and
Yeah,
cons. Yeah,
yeah,
so I mean,
yeah.
I'd probably be beating a dead horse in that regard.
Oh, go
But
ahead. I mean, I'm sure there's people in the chat that never watched that video. Or I'm not even sure my man's
No, cause I
extraordinary.
gotta watch that video.
Yeah.
I
All right.
mean, Boots is real talented, real skilled.
Yeah.
As far as like with Crawford and Spence, I mean, the difficulty lies. I would say he's prone to pressure because of his footwork. He does have bad habits of disconnecting his base in brief moments of time. His athleticism can get him out of a jam when that happens, but there are times where he does get caught because he's not positioning himself properly. Guys can catch up.
Okay.
He does have the gems outlined a lead hook that is rather dangerous for him because it's not really an effective lead hook. I'm not really sure what to call it, but it's not like a Tyson Gazelle hook, a Floyd Patterson Gazelle hook. It's not the same thing. Sure, he can develop one, but it is dangerous for him
Oh
to
yeah.
throw.
Yeah. Facts.
Yeah, he can
Right.
get caught with overhands trying to throw that.
Mm.
He does. We have seen. I think he did a better job against Castillo Clayton of kind of managing his work rate, not being too quick on the draw. He fought a Russian fighter some time ago where, off the rip, about yeah, about what, 5-10 seconds in the round, he's throwing combinations.
Yep. Yep.
The problem with that is, number one, that's probably that's never going to happen with Crawford and Spence. They're never going to just dart in like that, for one. Number two, it's always important to show that you can start with the stick. You can start with the lead hand,
Right.
before you start getting trigger happy. And so then it's going to show, okay, well, how does he deal with guys that have solid jab defense solid positioning, and solid lead hands themselves. What's that going to look like? You know, is his jab going to get shut down? Because we've seen what Ennis does when his jab gets momentarily shut down. He'll go into counters. Is his counters going to be disrupted by his opponent's defense, and is that effectively going to shut down his offense? Like, what's it going to look like? So there are questions that we have, and you know, it's not his fault, like Gabriel said. I mean, he's doing what he's supposed to do. But you know, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. On the so yeah. Chris went into detail on the technical shit, but on a surface level, what we're really trying to say is, so if we look at Spence, and Spence's opponents, Boots hasn't fought a Sean Porter. Boots hasn't fought a Denny Garcia. Boots hasn't fought a Yordenis Ugas. If you look at Crawford's opponents, Boots hasn't even fought a Jeff Horn. Boots hasn't fought a Jose Benavidez. Boots hasn't fought a Kell Brook, a Sean Porter, or even a Mean Machine.
Right.
So I mean, he hasn't. He just like from a surface level point of view, he hasn't fought any of them type of guys yet. None of them, like at their skill level, at their level.
Once again, not his fault, but it is
not his fault. Not his fault.
Right.
But man, bro, we got to see it first. We got to see it first before we match him up against the top two.
I'll be right back.
All right.
And to be honest, as far as 47 is concerned, it seems like the division's kind of shrinking.
Man.
I mean, like when
Crawford, you said that nice, Chris. The division is about to get weak as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, again, not to Boots' fault, but I mean, who, with all that Gems is listed, I mean, he's not really gonna have anybody on any side of the street that's like that. I mean, you got Ortiz, but let's be real, they're gonna want Ortiz and Boots to be like a mega fight. That's not gonna be
like marinate that shit too. Yeah, it's gonna be bullshit.
Just mad seasoning on it. So they're not gonna pop that in the microwave and have whoever comes out of that, you know, let that be what it is. But
real quick though, Chris. Some of them dudes from 140 move up. It's gonna get a little more interesting.
Yeah.
Especially like a Gary Antoine Russell. Maybe even a Regis Pro Gray, Josh Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some of them dudes move up, it'll get a little more interesting. But go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because Boots is what, mid-20s?
Yeah.
And so
Boots
he seems like he's
24. Yeah.
So he seems like a pretty big guy for the division. So as he ages, depending on how things move with 47, if he even has the ability or even wants to, because who does he have? He has Stanionis, Ortiz. Who else? I'd say somebody. Is there somebody? Is Quadras and is that?
Quadras. Is he 147? Oh, he's wait, but Brandon Lee.
What y'all think about Ben?
I don't know. I don't know if those two are ever gonna fight each other. They seem supposedly they're cool with each other. You know how that goes in boxing.
Boots and Brandon Lee.
Connor Ben?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about Connor Ben, but he's more of he's in development.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And he's also in talks of
fighting Chris Eubank Jr., right?
Yeah. Yeah, the father son throwback.
Yeah. At what weight? Like 158 or some shit, or 162?
I think like it's a catch weight, 156 or something like that. Maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
So pretty much. So y'all saying Keith is pretty much done, right?
Man, Keith, because of his ambitions, Keith probably wants to try to reposition himself to be the king of the jungle again, so to speak. And I mean, I guess as far as like a promotional standpoint, he is a bit further ahead than Boots is, but I mean, it all depends on who's there and who's remaining. And it wouldn't surprise me if either he just says, because Boots is a high risk situation.
Yeah.
Probably not that much money. And for where he's at in his career, either he moves up in weight,
Yeah.
or he just says, well, it's been fun, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, I think Keith Thurman is definitely going to meet his peers at 154 because all his peers are going to be up there with probably within the shit by 2023. All his peers going to be up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and he has a name to skip ahead of the line, so to speak.
Right.
So he can, I guess maybe one more fight. I don't know who he's going to be able to get. I'm pretty sure everyone's kind of locked down. Crawford and Spence seem to be locked down for what they got going on. Danny has his thing going. So I don't know who he would fight that's around his way, but
fight somebody like a Mikey or something.
Nah, they're probably gonna put him in there with Ugas or something.
Yeah, Ugas makes sense, but Mikey's retired.
Mikey's done.
Mikey's done.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat saying Rashidi Ellis, but I don't know. Like, bro, a first round knockout will never tell you something about a fighter with that long of a layoff. I'm gonna be honest. I still haven't even watched that shit yet. Matter of fact, let me try to watch it right now while we talking.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Honestly.
Oh wait, it's on YouTube, ain't it? It's not even on. It wouldn't even be on a recording on my TV. I think it's on YouTube. Let me see.
Should
that Atlas has a lot of fights, but he's still fighting 8-rounders. I don't understand that.
Really? What? He's never fought a 12-rounder?
I think he's gotten up to 10, I think, and that's about it. I don't think he's fought a 12-round fight yet. I think. Might be wrong.
I mean, I don't know what caused his career to go in limbo.
Chris, you do a hell of a breakdown too, man.
Oh, I appreciate you, brother.
You do, man. You do, man. I just sitting there listening, man. Hey, I could just see it. I'm like a student, man. I'm just taking it in.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone here. Appreciate what everybody's doing.
Yeah.
Panel, chat, and all. We got a few numbskulls here and there. Few and far between.
Oh, that's always. That's always. That's always.
When you start whipping out the technical talk, they start sounding a little different.
We start getting 54 people.
Hey, I like listening to that shit though, cause
instead of 150 or 200 or whatever.
Hey, that shit is fascinating to me, man. I love listening to when you start breaking down technical and even boxing history. I like hearing about boxing history, things of that nature. So I just sit back. When you start talking, I just sit back and listen. I don't want to say shit. I just want to listen.
Well, I appreciate it.
I mean, because you're showing that you want to learn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's dope, fam. Like, look. So I look at my comment sections all day because I get all the notifications. And people be saying the wildest shit, man. Like, bro, if you don't know what you're talking about, what happened to the days where grown men didn't know the subject matter and were quiet and listened and learned before they spoke about it? What happened to them days, man? What happened, man? That's how my father taught me to be.
Right.
That's why I'll always pop a like on your videos, but I mean, there are times where you've already said it all, so there's no point in me saying something as well. When someone has hit the nail on the head, you let them rock, and you accept that they said what needed to be said.
Right.
But
yeah, you know what though, Chris, I learned that, especially like when I go back over a fight on a live stream, that a good number of the chat hasn't seen that video, so they haven't heard what I had to say about it. So like before, I used to be like, yo, I don't really want to repeat myself, but but you know what I'm saying, to a good number of people in the chat, I'm not repeating myself. They haven't seen it yet, so it's all good, man. It's just something to get over. Pretty much.
Yeah, that's channel growth as you something you're gonna have to to deal with, but it's a necessary type of thing, especially when you're educating fresh people, fresh faces. So
yeah, Facts.
Yeah, because I just, I think it was about a couple weeks ago when I just, saying caught onto your channel and stuff like that, and I just started watching videos, especially you had the breakdowns and stuff, Crawford and
Oh man.
Spence and stuff, and I just put it in my car because I do, I do, and I ride, me and my wife we do deliveries and stuff in the daytime, so I just got your video on, man. I'm watching these videos, man, and I just let them go and I just let them ride. I be like, I'm already hitting the like buttons. I I immediately subscribed to the channel, man. I was like, hell yeah, I got to subscribe to this, So yeah, that
All
was
right.
dope, man.
Don't be driving and crashing and shit,
No,
man.
no, man, I got it on my,
So,
I, I got it on my little phone holder and the thing, man. I be checking
I'm
it out,
just
man.
saying, like a lot of my videos, a lot of people wouldn't understand unless they actually
Let's say
watch
actually watch. Oh,
what I'm saying. You
once
know what
I
I
get
mean?
home, brother, I watched it. I put that shit on my in my get on my little man cave, put the shit on and just let it ride, bro.
Yeah,
Cause
I
I be so
appreciate that, fam.
fascinated on how you break it down, bro. I be like, that shit is dope. That
You
shit is
know
dope
what?
right there.
I don't look, man. So I don't really have a good gauge on how I break it down. I mean, to me, the fascination is what these fighters really do in the ring.
Hell yeah, yeah.
I mean, I wanted to make this channel like matter of fact, now 7 years ago. I've had the same type of boxing knowledge for way longer than that.
Right.
But as far as YouTube channels go, like I saw that there was like a void that needed to be filled.
Yeah.
But that some people were doing like the Lee Wileys. I remember Wilson Caden. I
Mm.
Yep.
remember. I mean, Coach Barry Robinson been on here for a long minute.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, a couple other people were doing it real nice. But I still felt like there was a little bit of a void. So like I said, I don't really have a gauge on me personally doing it. I just knew that what I mean, like, man, we need to do as much as possible to help fans realize what's actually happening in the ring, because what's happening in the ring is so fucking fascinating and it's so skillful
Right.
that I know they would be, pretty much astonished to know what's happening. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
Right.
like that shit. Like the first time I learned about all this shit, bro, I was fucking fast. I was hooked. I was hooked. I was
Right.
fascinated, bro. Like what? He did
Yeah.
what? Wait, in a half a second he did that. He thought about that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like I was fucking fascinated the first time I started learning about this shit. So I
Yeah.
know, I love the I don't even want to call it a sport no more. I love the art of boxing. I love the art of boxing.
Yeah.
And you know, if you love it, shit, you want it to grow,
There you go.
you know?
There
And
you
that's
go.
and that
Crack.
was basically the purpose of this channel. Go ahead.
No, I just said it's crack. But
Crack,
yeah,
facts. Facts. Yeah, good
crack.
crack too. Good crack. Like that
Yeah,
diesel.
that that gas.
Got that diesel.
You know, um, speaking of technical shit. I last time I was on here, Joseph was talking about I should do some homework and watch Spence Garcia again talk about he has an educated jab, and I said, look, let me give the dude the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I missed something, right? Um,
Mm.
I rewatched that, and that just proved my point some more, man. It's just a volume jab, bro. It's just and listen, and once again,
Why?
this is not a. I'm not even trying to demean
Nah.
Spence in any way, shape,
Right.
or form.
Right.
That's not. I'm not. I'm not. That's not. It's not an attack on him. That it's a jab with a purpose, right?
Right.
That's what he's trying to do. Is what I call flood the zone. He
Yeah.
flooding the physical and the mental, right? Physically he's trying to flood the zone in between, the space between him and his opponent, and
Right.
mentally he's just trying to occupy the mind with the jab, get him thinking about the jab so he could set up his other shit. There's nothing wrong with that. Like
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not, I'm
Gabriel,
not.
Gabriel, real quick while I got it up here. He's had, I finally fucking could get to it. He's had 5 10 round fights and one 12 round fight.
Okay.
All right.
Rashidi Ellis.
One.
One.
That's crazy though. He's got a lot of fights.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's
Damn.
what? 24-0.
He's got, once you get in the 20s, you should see some more 12 rounders. But anyway,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
so and once again, that's not a knock on the dude. That it's a jab with a purpose. He's trying to do that. But I mean, you don't see the dude fainting all that much.
Nah, his feint game ain't really there.
You're not seeing a changing in timing on the jab. You're not seeing a changing a speed on the jab. It's kind of the same thing, but he just floods the zone. He's just on
Right,
over. He's a
right.
workhorse that just keeps coming and coming and coming.
Yeah, but he will. But Gabriel, he will probe. He'll definitely
Punch traffic, yeah.
He'll definitely in the open stance. He definitely controls the lead hand from time to time.
Right.
But yeah, is it a different speed? Is it? Yeah, nah, not really. But and it's just and it's definitely just volume. Look, bro, people really don't understand. Volume is not skill. I think volume is
Porter had volume, right?
facts, and he was inaccurate like a motherfucker. But if you look at Spence's numbers found for that jab, bro, he's inaccurate like a motherfucker. Like he averages the most jabs in the welterweight division, but he averages amongst the highest landed jabs. You get that?
Yeah.
Like so I think he averages 32 plus jabs per round, but he only averages 7 landed jabs, I believe, which is just amongst the highest. So he averages the highest thrown, period, but he's only amongst the highest landed. But like we were saying earlier, the jab is for offense and defense. So does Spence use it defensively as well? Yeah, he does. You know what I'm saying? Does Spence probe with it as well? That they count as those jabs? Yeah, he does. But mainly it's just a volume jab.
And for all we know,
Gabriel, after you're going to say what you're going to say, please speak on how a volume jab is also good.
Right. And I was gonna get to that, right? So I mean, the first thing I wanted to say was that so the fact of the matter is the purpose is, as I already said, to flood the zone. When you're constantly, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in front of somebody who just doesn't stop jabbing. And this shit is that it's annoying as fuck, right? It is annoying as fuck. Right. Even if it's not hurting you, it's just the fact that somebody keeps touching you to the face, blinding you to the face, going up and down with it constantly. It's that volume shit it starts to really get to you because it starts to it starts to break your defense, but even your offense becomes a little bit difficult to get off because now the time that you actually get off your punches are being used up with his punches, right? Gotcha. All of a sudden, you don't have the space and the timing to get your shit off. Now you got problems because you're trying to figure out how to get around this jab, and then he's snatching your body.
Right. Yeah, go to your body. Yeah.
You can't get your spacing right. If you're not the type of fighter that gets his spacing right with step backs, reverse shuffles, or angles, you're gonna have a whole fucking problem with a volume jab.
That's why you gotta disengage. Take 5. You gotta reset the space and make sure that a guy's hands go right back at home. When they go right back at home, that gives you an opportunity, a window to be able to shoot your own offense and get your jab started. Since they're not, as Gabriel and Jem said, they're not flooding the dead zone, not occupying the dead zone at that immediate moment.
Yeah.
Right. So just because, a guy has his volume jab pumping at that moment does not mean he's in control, which is, when we talk about Crawford versus Spence, that's one way Crawford's going to take away that volume jab is if he feels like he isn't going to have a counter answer for it, he's not going to hold his ground. He's just going to give it up, reset, and then look to control the dead zone from that point forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
Spence can do the same thing too.
Yep.
Also, I may add. So
Yep. Yep. Look, real quick, Al Money, appreciate the super chat, fam.
Money. Yeah, yeah.
He said, big fan of the show. Keep shining, bro. Much love, fam. Appreciate that.
So, Spence does present a conundrum, right? So, because some guys have taken away his jab. And that's why I said before it's a means, because what he really wants to do is get inside. The
Right.
guys that took away his jab ended up finding him on the inside, and that was the problem, right? That's the conundrum. So if you take away his jab on the outside and then go on the inside, then you're where he wants to be, right? Well, being Crawford being the smart fighter, he's not gonna go there. He doesn't need to be. He knows if he takes away his jab on the outside, Spence got some real problems.
We
Because
we never see him operate without it, man.
Right.
We never saw it. So I mean, look,
So,
like okay, a lot of people think I'm Gabriel. Matter of fact, go ahead, man. I'll go after you go.
no, go ahead.
All right. So I've been hearing around the YTBC that a little bit that Spence spent the best has not been brought out of Spence yet. He has a lot more tools in his arsenal and all this and that, right? So the biggest fight of your life is not the place to bring that shit out.
exactly. Right.
It's not the place to try out some new shit that you haven't been doing specifically in the ring. It's really just not. You know what I'm saying? Like that usually doesn't work out too well for people. And in fact, that usually gets people knocked out. Remember, it reminds me when Floyd Mayweather fought Zab Judah, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Zab Judah was doing well at first. Floyd adjusted, started walking him down in a high guard, start dominating. So, and then like 3, 4, 5 rounds later, Zab Judah all of a sudden start doing this 52 block shit, right?
I knew you were gonna talk about that, bro. I fucking knew it.
Like,
Yeah.
bro,
I fucking knew it.
yeah, I don't know if everybody's familiar with 52 blocks,
Oh, I
but
saw it in my head before you even said it, bro.
like all of
He
like
looked
out of
crazy
nowhere,
as fuck when he was doing it.
he started doing this 52 block shit, and he just
Crazy as
continued
fuck.
to get his ass whooped. so, so I look, bro. When you're not used to doing shit, man, the toughest competition is not the place to do
To
it.
bring this shit out. Right. Right.
Period.
Right. Right.
Period. I mean, it's 100 more examples. So
Even that
So,
dickhead
so,
Larry Merchant thought he would look strange doing that shit.
yeah, he
so,
ain't know what it
so,
was though, but everybody that was on YouTube knew that shit.
so Gabriel, so you saying like guys like Spence that got that volume and they're really just, persistent, just hella, just, you know, come forward and all that stuff. They would have problem with guys with skill sets like Crawford and like somebody like Loma with that type of skill set, that move, that got angles, and that's what you have to use against a guy like Spence. That's a counter, like he
Real
use jab. He
before you answer that, pugilism. Look, I agree. I agree because anytime I cover a Filipino fighter, them dudes come out in droves, man. Now, if I pick against the Filipino fighter, they be mad as hell. or if I put any type of shine on the opponent of the Filipino fighter, yeah, them motherfuckers be tough as hell. So they're definitely fans that are countrymen. I would say fanboys that are countrymen. And by the way, I'm gonna kind of retire the name fanboy on this channel because fuck it. At least you're watching boxing. You know what I'm saying? Now, should you enter into a technical conversation about your fanboyed fighter? No, because most of the time it sounds silly as hell. But I can accept you. But anyway, go ahead, Gabriel.
You can accept them. It's pretty funny. So listen, the fact of the matter is, if you're a pressure fighter, and you know, and Spence knows how to cut off the ring really well.
Wait. This is hilarious.
Uh-oh.
UFC will never surpass boxing historically. Wait, what? Look, how do you surpass something historically? Hey,
An oxymoron.
I just had to do it, pal. My bad. I'm sure you meant well. Go ahead, Gabriel. I'm sorry.
Um, so I mean, the thing is, he doesn't. You don't want to be. It's not so much only that you have to have good footwork, right? Because
Right.
if you can control the space, and he's not getting in there snatching your body, because to his credit, he's one of the best body snatchers
Right.
in boxing for sure. If you're controlling that space, then it's not that you have to use your feet all that much, but Crawford will control the space a little bit, but he also will be able to shuffle around and get angles on him to force him to reset, because that's the biggest thing that you want to do against a heavy puncher like Spence. You want them to reset their feet so that they can't sit down on their punches and not, tear your ribs to shreds, right?
Right. Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's really the most important thing. I think that's why a lot of us here think that Spence has got an uphill battle, because Crawford can control the space, he can control range, but he can also use his feet. So
Yeah, matter of fact, I just shared a video with Chris today with Crawford sparring. Again, sparring, but anyway, it was about that Crawford Spence shit. And hold on, let me get into it in a second. But the Awoken one, yeah, that's why I made a video and called Sugar Ray Robinson a blueprint. A lot of shit he did back then, basically what pretty much, high level skilled boxing is today.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he was literally the blueprint. But onto the other shit, Spence versus Crawford. I shared a video with Chris today on IG, and it kind of goes against the narrative that a lot of people say on the internet, talking about Spence lands something clean, Crawford's gonna want to get his lick back, and that's gonna be to Spence's favor. Like, bro, are you sure? Are you sure?
Right.
Are you sure? You know what? I'm gonna upload this little sparring clip by the end of the night, and I'm gonna show it. But
And-
I mean, are you really sure about that?
And I hear so many people saying like, "Oh,
The man turns up.
Spence is stronger than Crawford." Where y'all get that shit from? Did y'all see? Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
we don't even.
Yeah,
I mean,
We don't
nobody
even-
can really measure
Yeah,
Measure.
come
strength.
on,
I
man.
mean, that's
What are we gonna send him through, like a weightlifting Olympics or some shit? what are we
Spence is
really
stronger
saying
than
with that?
Crawford. He's stronger. He's bigger. He's stronger. I'm like,
Look. So I think what they're trying to say is that the grappling shit won't work against Spence. Which, if we're talking about pure strength, that has nothing to do with it. Damn near.
yeah. I mean, grappling, wrestling, pure wrestling itself is not a strong man, strong woman competition. I mean, you can take a guy who, let's just say for wrestling, for instance, you can break a guy's
Or Chris,
face, you can break
real
his
quick,
posture.
or ask anybody in jujitsu. But go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, any grappling art, there's a way to take away someone's posture by disrupting their balance. I mean, head control is one of the easiest ways to do that. All you gotta do is put someone's head, shift their weight by taking their head position somewhere else, and then they can be open for a takedown for a shot right there. I mean, you can go for arm control. There's different ways in which you can be physical in boxing. Like I said, there's head,
Right.
there's trunk, aka torso, and limb control, which is really just for limbs. It's your arms. Boxing, you control those, and you basically determine a person's weight distribution, and then off of that weight distribution, how you change it. You can exit, you can attack. There's a lot of different things that you can do. It's very momentary.
Okay.
When they bring up strength, when you bring up a contest of strength, they're bringing up pretty much a struggle, like it's a 50-50 position in which two rams are butting their heads against one another. When you're utilizing physical controls, it's not like that. It's a very short, brief moment in time in which you gain control that can segue into other moments of controlling your opponent, or just get into a complete reset. So strength has no factor for the most part, unless we're talking extreme cases like Floyd fighting Tyson Fury. Okay, yes, that's fucking crazy, right? And you can even add it to like a 30-pound weight difference, not even a heavyweight. Yeah, physically, it's gonna be tough. But when we're talking about these two dudes who are pretty much, around the way, strength is really not going to be a factor.
Okay.
It's really not. It's going to be how someone controls a person's ability to maneuver. The physical controls is what's going to play a factor more than anything. And Spence doesn't have such a huge weight advantage, or I don't even know about his strength. But I mean, he's not the Hulk. Nobody is. But in terms of these two guys, they're pretty damn close to one another.
You're right. And they talk like Spence tower over Crawford. Like, I mean, what, Spence 5'9", Crawford 5'8". They talk like, oh, he's so much bigger. Spence been in the division longer. He, and all this, and I'm like, this shit ain't Crawford grown, and I mean, he's grown in the division now. He's a welterweight. Like, that shit. How many years he been in this division now? So
Long
they
time.
talk like, yeah. So they got all kind of, shit they come up with,
To be fair to Spence, if this fight goes on the inside, I got advantage Spence. I think he's more skilled on the inside than Crawford is, at least that we've seen. So, but once again, that footwork and that ability to control range, Spence hasn't seen somebody like that. Spence is not. And to be fair, neither has Crawford, right? But if Spence is constantly having to, it's going to be like fighting the waves, right? They just keep coming, right? The control, the footwork, the control. He's just going to keep making him think. Man, that's a tough. It's tough for Spence. I mean, on the inside, Spence is a better fighter. Can he get there? That's what I'm not convinced.
Right.
Eventually, they'll have some inside fighting, but I mean, not enough to change the outcome. I don't know.
And then when they do get to the inside, will Crawford aim to spoil Spence's work by tying him up and then going for a reset off referee break?
He will. He likes to duck and smother.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's one thing. Now, I can see Spence sneaking in at least one good shot before that happens. But still, that's, taking that one shot would be better than having to deal with Spence, very high skilled inside work, taking punch after punch after punch after punch in the inside. So Crawford is going to find ways from the outside to keep it where he wants it to be. And I can see if it has to go to the inside, Crawford will try, which Spence is going to have to make sure he works on his back steps so that Crawford can't get a tie up. If in case Crawford goes for that, if he feels like his back is against the ropes and he needs a reset to go back to center ring.
You know what Spence does? He uses his head. He digs his head into your chest, and then he goes to work. That ability of him doing that makes it a little bit harder to tie him up because it robs you of the leverage to grab him, right? And it gives him enough space to attack the body. But I agree with you. It's probably going to be a tie up, and a lot of tying up once Spence gets close enough. He's going to duck and smother. So I agree with you there.
Hey Gabriel,
Yeah.
but I seen on a couple instances like when Crawford fought Mean Machine, or when he fought Porter, he had an uppercut, but he went to the body a couple times too. But he had an uppercut when Sean Porter he leaned over. And it was a shot that I don't think Sean Porter saw coming, and he came up with an uppercut, hit him to the chest, and like with Mean Machine, he caught Mean Machine up on the chin with the uppercut. So I mean, like, can he catch him? Can he catch him if it comes to that? Can he cause Spence? I know Spence gonna be aggressive. He's gonna be aggressive, but can he catch him with a good shot?
No, he's going to catch him with a lot of shots. I mean, Spence is
on the inside.
Spence is no defensive genius, right? I mean,
right.
His offense is his defense, right? That's why, once again, the volume jab is a problem because his offense is his defense. Now,
right.
Do I think that he's going to be available for shots when Crawford just creates just enough space? Because once again, Spence wants to take away the space, making it harder for you to counter. If Crawford is creating the space with his footwork and his lead hand, I mean, he's gonna be available for shots. There's one thing that I've been curious. I wonder what people think about how if obviously we think that Spence's chances of winning this fight are diminished almost completely if Crawford takes away Spence's jab. How do you think you guys? What do you think, guys? What do you guys think that Crawford needs to do to take away Spence's jab? Because I have some ideas, but go ahead.
I mean, catch, spacing, disengage, lateral movement.
Do you think he's going to fight him? Do you think he's going to fight him? First of all, do you think he's going to fight him more southpaw, or do you think he's going to fight him orthodox?
Well, in terms of his history, like Kell Brook, it depends. In a close stance matchup, how good is his jab defense? When he fought Kell Brook from orthodox, he was having problems with Kell Brook's jab in a close stance.
Because he was countering his jab,
yeah, and he wasn't that effective just being able to catch the jab alone, which that's probably one of the best defensive mechanisms to get rid of somebody's jab without really putting yourself out of position. Of course, you also want to take a step back when you do that, but we'll have to see.
I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to say one thing before I forget about what you just said. Kell Brook, with the Kell Brook fight, let's give credit to Spence. He did make a slight adjustment. Kell Brook was taking away his jab by countering it. And what did Spence do? He didn't really try to land the jab. What he would do is he would throw the jab, get under the counter, and then get inside to do the work he wanted to do. So that was, that was some IQ there that Spence showed. He can make some adjustments. But anyway, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'm talking just straight, just defense without the counters wrapped in. Catch, spacing, take 5 are 3 ways that he can effectively take away the jab without putting himself out of position from the start of round 1. What else? What other parts of your question? Taking away the jab?
Yeah, just basically. I mean, because I think, Chris, I think from what I've gathered from at least from last week, I think you had it wide for Crawford. I'm guessing that if Crawford takes away Spence's jab, I'm sure you think it's game over. I think so too, right? So that's why I'm wondering what people think it's going to take for Crawford to take that away. That's basically it. If they, because I don't think they're, and then on top of that, you got Crawford's footwork, who's going to keep it on the outside. No outside jab for Spence. I mean, I think he's fucked up.
What you think, Gabriel? Well, Gabriel or Chris, one of y'all. It's with Crawford. I know you talk about Crawford's footwork and stuff like that, but what about his with him setting traps and stuff, and Spence falling into those traps and stuff, and catching him with like phantom shots and things of that nature. Like, they say, Crawford, a lot of Crawford shots, you don't see coming. So is that a thing? With Spence walking into something, something of that nature, a shot that, like with Porter, he catch him with shots, and Porter's like, it's shots that he didn't see coming and things of that nature, that he was like, damn, like, what I'm saying? So is that a thing? I guess I'm trying to say, is that a thing, like him walking into something that he didn't see coming, when it comes to Crawford?
So here's the thing about how spacing sets up counters down the line.
Okay.
So when you space yourself and you give up distance, typically against an advancing opponent, you can make the guy feel like he has to do more to corner you and to close the distance. Okay. So, for instance, a guy may feel like it takes one jab to close the distance because his opponent is just there. So he may go for a 1-2. But if you check your spacing and you take backward steps, he'll find out that one jab is not enough. You may need two. Okay. And so you may, depending on how a guy checks his spacing, it may take, his opponent may go for 2 or 3 more jabs just to close the distance. Now, this is how you set up counters down the line, is you condition your opponent to think that you're always going to back up when they press.
Okay.
Spence has shown that he has a volume jab. So if he feels like he needs to throw more in order to close the distance, he's going to do it. Also with his jab, what he likes to do is he likes to break his jab range just to be able to get into a 50-50 to close the distance and to be able to work on the inside. Okay. Now, how's that going to play for Crawford's advantage? He can check his spacing, eventually down the line, have Spence walk into counter shots, because what also a problem with Spence is that he has a tendency to overcommit on his left hand. Also, on top of that, with the way he presents himself, what I call checking presentation,
right,
is he doesn't really adjust head slots. He doesn't adjust his guard positioning. Typically, when he comes forward, you kind of had the same visual. It's just the timing of what he does can be dangerous to counter. But if he always comes with the jab, left hand, jab, left hand, jab, 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 left hand, double jab, any variation, but then there's a left, it becomes obvious.
Oh.
So he is susceptible to counters because he can reach with the left hand, and 2, if he doesn't change his presentation and utilize his right as a punch coming off the jab from time to time, he's going to be too obvious.
Okay.
He needs to adjust that.
So, to your point, I like when I'm sparring, I actually like to put, I would say, IQ pressure. I'm not a seek and destroy guy, but I like to come forward.
Right.
And the thing that Chris was talking about, where you get them to think that they're going to be at a certain distance, and then you play a little trick on them. I do that all the time. See, I do it reverse, right? Instead of going backwards to create that trap, right? To create distance between me and my opponent, I do it going forward, but they are going to expect me to get at a certain range. And what I do is I move up forward just before that range that they're used to seeing me at, before it, on purpose, so that they could try to, let their hands go. And then they find themselves reaching. and the counters available. So
Oh,
you can use that same trap both as the guy coming forward and as the guy creating space. So
dang.
Yeah, perfect with a half step. You probably use that too, right, Gabriel?
yeah,
Take a
yep,
half step. Yeah.
yep, yes, sir. As soon as I'll start moving forward, and then I'll bait them into coming in. I knew that it was coming. I'll take a little half step, and it's a wrap. Like whatever I want, left hook, straight right, whatever.
Real quick,
Dang.
best rep. Oh shit, I'm tweaking. Bobby, appreciate the super chat, fam.
Money to burn.
Bobby's my guy. He says best ref to allow these guys to work. Steve Willis, Tony Weeks, one of them.
Yeah.
Anybody but Kenny Bayless.
Yeah, I was just
No
gonna say that.
No Kenny. No Kenny.
If Kenny Bayless is the ref, Crawford wins.
For
Period.
sure.
Period. Put all your money on Crawford. All of it. But all right, y'all go ahead. My bad.
That was some good shit though, Gabriel. Like, and Chris, I'm like, man, like y'all break that shit down. Y'all get technical with it. I love it. I love it.
Me too. Shit.
I
Me
love
too,
it.
man. Let's
I'm just
be
saying,
quiet
listen
and
to
do
these
some
guys
other
go,
shit.
man. They going to work, bro. Bro, they going to work, bro. They going to
Yeah,
work.
nah,
I'm like,
I get to shut up and do some other shit, man. I love it, bro.
I see you back there chilling, Jim. I'm like, oh
I'm
yeah.
trying to put together this video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought you were having technical difficulties because I saw like 2 boxing gems in here. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I
bro,
did
they're in
too.
a
I was
posture.
about to ask about
Look,
that.
because look, you about to see it again because I gotta send a file from my phone to the stream. And I'm
Okay.
on my computer though. You know what I'm saying? So you about to see it again actually.
I mean, sure, it ain't nothing but
So y'all think Shakur and Loma will be a good fight?
Hell yeah.
yeah, that'll be a really good fight.
I mean, that's not gonna be for the casuals, right? That's gonna be for the purists that love a good chess match. Because if they're looking for blood, guts, and glory, yeah, that's not gonna be
That
it.
ain't gonna be that fight.
No,
That's not it, right? That's gonna be
It'll be the
like,
same. It'll be the same thing with Haney, right? It'll be the same thing with Haney. Anybody like that? It'd be like you said, a chess match, right? Just be a
agreed.
boxing. Yeah. Okay.
when you have a high level of defense like that, like preservation of life is your main priority to go along with the offense that you possess. So guys like that typically are not looking to go into those 50-50 exchanges just for the hell of it, unless they absolutely have to, or they know they have the ability to sway a 50-50 into their favor. But you're not going to get a Gotti Ward out of those two fighting.
Hell no. Definitely no Gotti Ward.
No.
Who y'all got in that fight? Stevenson or Lomo?
Man.
Oh, that's a tough call, man.
Oh man.
I'd have to, because then that's a closed stance matchup. And then Loma's last southpaw opponent was, I want to say, Luke Campbell.
Here's the thing. You know who I got? I got Stevenson, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because
yes, tell me why. Because I got Stevenson too.
Yeah, I got Stevenson. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Because a close stance fight has its way of can end up the open stance fights a lot at range, but close stance fight does have a way of getting on the inside a little bit more. Not that open stance fight don't end up on the inside, but you see them a lot more on the outside. In this case, I think Stevenson has a better inside game than Loma does. And I think Stevenson is going to look to exploit that advantage.
By far, Gabriel.
I think he's going to look to exploit that advantage.
by far. And all these look. So every time I've seen Stevenson fight a southpaw, he just walks him down.
Mm,
So that's what he'll be seeking too. Plus, he's already familiar with Lomachenko's style because it has not changed. And one
mhm.
thing about Lomachenko is he's excellent at doing what he does. He's not good at doing anything other than that. I mean, that's why you saw him sell out versus Tio
Yes,
after
sir.
he couldn't get his rocks off doing what he does because Tio had an excellent game plan. Shout out Joey Gamache for that. But yeah, man, I got Shakur as well.
Yeah, I rock with Shakur. It's
Yeah,
funny.
I'll also lean to Shakur too, off of the fact that I just remembered the inactivity that Loma is prone to. Um, his jab, it's almost like he always has to do something after the jab in order to really jab. If he can't do something, if he can't cut, can't go off of his typical angle, it's almost like he isn't as active with the jab, which he replaces that more with head movement at times. And I see Shakur being poised, being active with his lead hand. If he feels like Loma's ever going to try to cut, he's just going to step back. He's just going to disengage. He's just going to space himself, reset, lead hand again,
Yeah.
and go for his combination. So I think Loma is just going to be too inactive, and it's going to be hard for him to really get set against
Agreed.
Stevenson.
Agreed. But he was plenty active against Rigondeaux, right, when he fought him. He was
Yeah.
plenty active, but I don't know if we.
However, Rigo
Rigo was
let
allowing
him
a
be active.
whole lot. Like,
Yeah,
look,
that's
yeah,
true. That
exactly.
is true. Exactly. You're exactly right about that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because Rigo had this approach to wanting to bend at the waist and try to go on the inside
Yeah.
for whatever reason. And that
Yeah.
I wish he never added that to his style, man. I wish he stayed with Ronnie Shields. I was talking with Jems about that, but yeah, he made that harder than it needed to be for himself.
All right, look, y'all. Before I play this clip, this is what I was talking about earlier, so I uploaded it. Before I play this clip, I'm gonna say so. So what we were talking about earlier is, or what I said earlier, was I saw a lot of shit around the internet saying Crawford always needs to get his lick back, pretty much. And if Spence lands something clean, and Crawford needs to get his lick back, and he forfeits to inside fighting or to mid-range fighting, then Spence has the upper hand. That's what I've been hearing around the internet. And I said, "Are you sure? Are you sure about that?" Because the man turns into another type of animal, right?
Right.
And he's still skillful as that animal. You know what I mean? So it made me want to upload this little sparring clip. Sparring is sparring, yada yada yada. And also, let me preface this saying, look, Spence, I could see a way Spence can win the fight for sure. I could see two ways actually, but this ain't it. So let me show you. All right, listen. So during
Let me go get my gun.
did you heard that shit, right? So he made somebody say, "You gonna make me go get my gun." So so during that exchange, right, or during the whole clip, at the beginning, you saw Crawford, throw a lazy little body shot and get caught by a clean right hand, right?
Right.
So all right, fuck it, turn up time. And when he turned up, bro, if I was to break down this clip in a video, yeah, I think a lot of people would be very amazed by by all the shit Crawford did in this video. I mean, it looked extraordinary, but I'm telling you, it looks even better if you know what you're watching. I'll play it one more time.
Okay.
Bruh,
That little shuffle to the angle was dope.
bruh. Look, man. Look. All I got to say, all I really got to say is, man, we're not talking about the same skill level when we're talking about these two fighters, man.
No, not at
Now,
all.
now, now, other aspects of the game, you know what I'm saying, could make Spence the victor. But if we're talking about skill, and if we're talking about, oh, if Spence lands something clean, Crawford's gonna fall into Spence's trap or web or whatever the fuck you want to say, you I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think you know what you're talking about at all. Cause bruh, cause Spence ain't doing what he just did.
Mm.
He does have another level he can get to.
He's got another level, fam. Look. I could even say fuck the sparring video, and show it in different fights of his, where he turned up to that other level and did something or things similar to what he just did in that little clip.
Damn, that shit is crazy, man. Damn.
Against champions. So look, bro. Look, man. Yeah, people. Let me let me see. Okay, I see people are impressed in
That
the
shit.
comment section.
Damn, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I like my favorite part was that the little shuffle to the angle. Dope. Dope.
All right, one more time.
Yeah, please,
Lucky.
One more time.
please.
Sheesh.
Like his third stance transition in the orthodox before he started putting Buddy like backing him up to the ropes was that was pretty damn smooth. I'd have to rewind it back to see when he actually made that transition.
Yeah,
He was still,
unfortunately, when I put it as a clip like that, yeah, I can't really control it. It just plays.
yeah, yeah. I know exactly what sparring session. I remember seeing that like a long time ago too.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna have to watch it back.
Yeah,
like
he's pretty good.
he's pretty good. Yeah, that guy's all right.
Well,
Saying, bruh, look,
that's,
man, when
that's
motherfucker, look,
understatement.
hey, look.
That's
People call
understatement.
him. The legends call him number one pound for pound for a reason. The legends that had all types of skills, even the likes of Floyd Mayweather Jr.
So crazy. It was so crazy because I seen Spence first. I watched Spence first, but when I started checking out Bud, it was just like, what the fuck am I watching? Like this dude is different. It's like it's like I was watching something and I was just like I naturally gravitated towards his style, his movements, and it's like, oh, I'm watching, man, with this guy, and I just naturally gravitated towards him.
Yeah,
It was like it
I
was funny.
mean, a lot of look, even I'm not saying this is you, but even people that don't know what they're watching should be able to tune in
Well, I'm learning.
See a
I
dude
ain't,
is
I ain't I'm,
and see it. I'm saying and see a
yeah.
dude is special.
Right,
And see
right,
a
right.
dude that got a different type of skill set.
Exactly,
You know what
exactly.
I mean? But
It,
you know
it
what? So much salt been thrown on the game to where people are thinking champions suck and top contenders are terrible. That they actually said, oh well, he's showing all this shit against
he
bum
ain't fought nobody.
opponents. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
yeah, that's their
bum.
favorite shit.
Yeah,
But my thing is this, boxing Jim. Like he said, they were somebody until I fought them. Like these guys, I took a lot of guys O's. You know what I'm saying? They were somebody before I fought them. So y'all famous for saying, oh, I haven't fought anybody. You know what I'm saying? I haven't fought anybody. But it's confusing because I'm like a lot of these guys, that he fought. So, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. A lot of the guys, he fought a lot of undefeated guys.
yeah. At least I think more than five
Yeah,
or
one,
five or
two,
more. I can't
one,
remember how
two,
many,
three,
but
four.
look, I mean, undefeated or not, I mean, I think he's fought in 16 or 17 championship fights.
Yep, yep.
So I mean, to say each and every fucking one of them, it ain't been a rematch at all. So to say each and every one of them 16, 17 dudes wasn't shit
Yeah,
is, bro, you just hating. You
that's
just
what it
hating
is.
at this point.
That's what it is.
You just
That's what
hating
it
at
is.
this point. But Dirty Red, appreciate the super chat, fam.
Money to burn.
He say Crawford is different. He does crazy things against everybody. You can tell he developed his style participating in free fights. I don't know what you mean by free fights. I appreciate the super chat, but nah, found look. So I saw Zaza. I saw your comment. I break it down. You'll be there for it. I might just fuck around and break that down. So everything he did in that video, I could name. I could name the move for. You know what I mean? I can name the name of the move he did.
I'm gonna watch that
So
damn video. You
so
break
it's
that down.
not. Say it again.
I said I'm watching that damn video. As soon as you drop it, as soon as you break that down, do a breakdown of it. I don't.
All right. I mean, all right, I might do it. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I'm watching that shit. Oh wait.
look. So, but I'm just saying, everything he did in that video is called something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like every single movement.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't know what you mean by. I don't know what Dirty Red means by free fights. I, I'm not sure, but no, it's definitely skills. Did you see the man? Did you see the man cross stepping, rhythm stepping? Did you see him breaking his base? Did you see him giving up defensive responsibility? Did you see him not moving his head off the center line? Did you
No,
see him doing any fundamental flaw that we know?
Nope.
no. Matter of fact, he even took on the inside. He took a nice little angle when he turned
Exactly.
southpaw for a second. He stepped out with his back leg, his left leg, when he turned southpaw for a second, and he cracked him with a nice little uppercut because of he came with that. He already understood that he had the dude had the outside positioning. So when he turned, he just said, "Okay, I'm gonna take that away from you." So he stepped with his left foot to the outside and took a nice got a nice angle. And so I mean, it was like I don't know what
That
people are
shit.
watching, but that shit fire. That's
That shit
gas
is
right
just like sweet science, man. That is like sweet science, man. Like it's movement so smooth, man. It's like it's I don't know, man. That shit that's crazy. Just watching that, like, damn, like
You know
shit.
what? Look, when I do the all right, so fuck it. I am gonna do the video now. But when I do it, I'm gonna add the points where he did it in actual championship fights. I'm gonna put all of it in
Ooh,
one.
there.
But
Okay,
I
sir.
got plenty
ooh.
of Crawford videos, bro. That's why I'm kind
Yeah,
of hesitant about it. And motherfuckers already be, oh, you a Crawford
Yeah,
fanboy
Crawford,
because you got Crawford videos.
they call me that
You know
shit.
what I'm
They what they be
saying? Retards.
calling
They're
calling
gonna
that
talk. They're
bud
gonna talk
bud
their
buddy
shit
shit. They calling
regardless.
that bud
But
buddy
look,
shit.
look. So if the channel is about skills, tactics, strategy, then I can't not include who even the fucking legends are calling a number one pound for
Exactly.
pound fighter, bro. I can't not favor him more than anybody else. I mean, it's just, just like before Shakur Stevenson even won a belt, bro. I was featuring him more
Yeah.
than any other prospect. I was higher on him than any other prospect. The
Yeah.
reason why? He's the most skillful by far.
Yeah.
But anyway, I
What
digress.
what what boxing? Okay, this for the panel. I got boxing gyms. I got Chris.
You
And this for any one of y'all. What type of things that you was okay if you was coach? Because I know y'all break stuff down, and you and great
Gabriel
y'all
actually
get it.
is a
Gabriel. Okay. So, what type of okay? How would you bring Frank Martin along? What type of things would you work on with Frank Martin? As far as his skills and development and where he's at right now.
Gabriel.
Oh, okay. Um, so I'm gonna say that he I haven't seen enough of him to really. I did see the last fight we were calling it. He was doing a a he was taking the outside angle, and I remember during the fight I said his opponent had the left hook available, and the dude started landing the left hook on Martin, but Martin started to hesitate a little bit and started to change the rhythm that he was taking to get inside, so he wasn't able to catch him with the left hook as much. I like the fact that he made adjustments, right?
Okay.
We got to see him against better competition. I found him reaching a little bit from time to time. It seems to be kind of a Derek James thing because Spence does the same thing.
Right.
I honestly, especially at the pro level, that shit drives me nuts. Like I don't know, like just get closer, bro. That's all you got to do. Stop throwing your shit from buttfuck Egypt and get closer to the fighter. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Right.
it's understandable at the amateur level, but at the pro level, like what the fuck you doing? Get closer, bro. What are you doing? So that always drives me nuts. But other than that, I mean, the dude got some skills. The dude got some skills. I mean, once again, we haven't seen somebody exploit anything in particular. You're always gonna you're as you're trying to execute a game plan. There's always counter to everything. So
Right.
the question is, what do you do when they counter you, right? How do you adjust? What do you do different, right? And I will say this, Derek James fighters, for the most part, and I don't know about the Charlos so much, but the rest of the camp is very good at listening to the instructions of Derek James, and Derek James just gives them pretty good instructions. It's why he's probably, he's probably going to be trainer of the year. We'll see, right? But he knows what he's talking about. I can't really say I see something a glaring mistake in him. I haven't broken down film, but from what I've seen in fights, he does for the most part. He understands his role. He knows how to overwhelm you with speed because the dude is pretty damn fast. I'm not. I think his defense is good, but not amazing. There's nothing. I think he's less defensively responsible. If I had to, if I was in his corner, I'd be like, look, you're letting your hands go, but you're not thinking about defense right away. But that's about it. He's a good fighter, and honestly, I see good things for him. But once again, you're going to get tested at the highest levels. We'll see what happens when that happens.
Oh, okay,
Chris,
okay.
did you go in yet or no?
No, I mean I don't. I haven't watched enough film on Frank Martin to really break him
Right.
down like that. So I don't really have uh too good of an opinion in that regard.
I hear
So
you. Yeah. Aside from the Rising Star breakdown I did, um, yeah, I think Frank Martin's development is going along fine.
Okay.
So in the fight before this, before his last one, I think it was the fight before his last one. He was making he was making a minor mistake into where he was getting or you could actually get too much spacing.
Okay.
Like he would land a shot, be defensively responsible, and then shuffle out like fucking 3 times at an angle though, but will reverse step like or reverse shuffle like 3 times to where he would literally be 10 feet away from his opponent.
Damn.
so so I'm looking at this shit like what the fuck is he doing? Why are you doing that? You know what I mean? And that doesn't
Right.
really that doesn't hurt you, no, but it doesn't help you at all either. Uh,
Right.
Right.
but I didn't see him do that in his last fight. So little shit like that, is
Well,
the shit I guess he's adjusting on. But as you see him fight by fight, man, I think he's getting better and better. So and in the last fight, I agree with Gabriel. We were announcing or we were covering a fight live. So yeah, I agree with Gabriel. He was getting hit with a hook and eventually adjusted and got past that as well. So I think his development is coming along fine. So I don't know if I would say I would do anything different than Derrick James is already doing.
Okay. Okay. Damn.
sometimes it's just a matter of a fighter like settling more into like the curriculum, so to speak, that their trainers have for them. Like let's see if Garcia has any adjustments over time with Joe Goosen.
That's funny. Yeah, Papa Chubby. Here goes Joey finally.
Sorry, I'm late, fellas.
Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah,
yo,
your idea, goddammit. But
I
hold on.
know, I know,
what
I
it
know.
Yeah,
is,
whatever,
bro.
whatever, motherfucker. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Papa Chubby, appreciate the super chat, pal.
Straight cash. And I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family for the rest of our lives. I'm rich, bitch.
Again, I don't smoke cigarettes, but Andres Georges, I remember that motherfucker, bro. Gorgeous Georges is what they called him. It was his nickname and shit. Fought Bud. He now coaches at a rival club and has told us that Bud is the real deal. Yeah, I hope he does believe it. He got destroyed. He got destroyed while Crawford was coming up. I saw that fight several times actually. The only reason though. So I wasn't put on Crawford until he fought Prescott. From then on, I was paying attention to Terrence Crawford, but I think uh, Georges or whatever the fuck, however how you pronounce that shit. He was a fight before that, or maybe a couple fights before that, or maybe it was a fight after that. But I didn't see it. I didn't see it while it was happening actually. But yeah, he destroyed him. I remember that overhand he hit him with. It was terrible. So if he didn't say Crawford was the real deal, then what is he? You feel me? Like you got destroyed by a man. I hope you would say he's the real deal. What's the next one? Joey, do you want let me do a quick one.
Money. Yeah.
Much love for the super chat, bro. I already sent the link. So,
No, yeah. I
what's
didn't
up,
know if
man?
you What's up, man? Sorry, had some, had some family over. Couldn't jump on the live as early as I wanted to. I'm a little late.
What it is, bro?
It's all good,
It's
man.
good, Joey.
What's going on?
What's going on, man? What y'all been discussing?
All types of shit.
Boxing.
All types of shit. But for the most part, we've been keeping it technical.
That's what's up. I mean, I'm looking at
After my
the.
man's extraordinaire, or what was his name? That was it, right?
Designs? I'm not sure.
Shit, I mean, looking at the panel, I'd be surprised if it wasn't technical. I can't.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah.
Facts.
We got the man himself, boxing gyms. We got Ghost or Chris, the man who was like more or less helped make one of Jem's best videos, in my opinion, on defense.
Hey, no, you got to call him Masterclass Chris.
Masterclass Chris, excuse me.
Please don't. I ain't
Nah,
nothing,
fuck
bro.
that.
I'm
Hey,
calling you that
look,
shit.
nah, fuck that. Just because he said please don't, that's his name now.
Masterclass
Oh,
Chris.
man.
That's his name now.
He's calling me
Masterclass-
Ghost, please. I'll be
Nope.
chilling.
Nope.
Ah, damn it.
And then we got, and of course, we got the official boxing trainer here, Gabriel. You know.
What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. I mean, I forgot. I think the only fight tomorrow is the Ioka fight.
Nah, Ioka already fought, right?
Oh shit, man! Did I not see that shit?
Ioka fought like last week.
Oh, who won that shit?
I don't even know.
Oh
You
my!
know what though? And I don't feel bad about it, man. I really don't.
I don't know what it was
It's not-
on.
It was probably on ESPN Plus or some shit on the internet, bro. It wasn't on TV. And
I don't even think.
it was like Tuesday or Wednesday morning at like 5 in the morning or at least that's when the card started. So look, bro, I really don't give a fuck, honestly.
I mean, like,
Who does that really help, bro? Like look, so even if I watch if I watch the fight and I covered the fight, it's like not covered on live, but covered in even like a breakdown. Bro,
no one's gonna watch that
nobody's really
shit.
gonna be interested in somebody they can't even see.
Yeah, like,
You know what I
and
mean?
that's my thing. Like, that's why I was pissed about the Inoue Donaire fight. Mind you, Inoue is more popular than Ioka, but even still, like, how did you guys have a fight of that magnitude, of that caliber of fighters, and you put that shit on a Tuesday morning? Like, I thought that shit was so disrespectful.
Oh, my man say Ioka got his ass whooped.
Did he lose?
Now I gotta look it up.
Yeah, now I'm curious.
Who did he fight?
The same guy who beat him last time, Nietes.
Oh. I guess they don't learn.
I mean, this guy, and this is the same guy who beat him years back. And it's
Comment section, huh? Nah, he won by UD.
oh, I guess we gotta watch it then.
I guess I gotta kick your ass out, King KO. Sending me off.
But all right, is there any?
Lost? What are y'all talking about, bro?
Are they saying like when they mean
12-round UD?
was it a robbery?
Why y'all
Shit.
saying he lost?
Unless they're talking about the first fight. But what is there any fight tomorrow?
Yeah,
Oh,
Joet
Gonzalez,
Gonzalez
Dogbo.
versus, yeah.
Yeah, that shit.
Yeah, I'll be on.
Yeah, I watched that
I'm not
shit.
sure I'm gonna actually talk about the fight, but I'll be on.
I ain't talking about that fight, but I'll watch it.
I'll watch it.
Yeah,
But not, you know what? I respect Joet though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've done a mini breakdown on him versus Navarrete.
Like Jem, I wanted to ask you, do you think Joet would have a good chance against the other world champions in that division besides Navarrete?
Who are they again?
Leo Santa Cruz, that guy who beat Maxaya, I forgot his name.
Ray Vargas.
Ray Vargas. and I guess what's that guy? Fuck, Josh Warrington. Yeah, Josh Warrington.
Josh Warrington, yes. Ray Vargas, no. And
Leo
Leo,
Santa Cruz.
maybe.
Yeah.
Probably gonna lose that one though.
Ray Vargas better stop shooting that uppercut from buttfuck Egypt.
Yeah, but Joet don't really have knockout power like that though. You know what I'm
I
saying?
feel-
Where he's just gonna clip him. Like he don't have nowhere near the power that Max Sayo got. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, I wouldn't even worry about that. I mean, he's gonna get hit for sure, but is he gonna drop? I probably not. Probably not. But Joet, I still respect him as a fighter, man. He's a good contender.
Yeah, man. Like my thing is like I gotta be honest. He's just had luck when it comes to who he had to fight. Like the two guys he fought, I arguably think were the best of their division at the time.
Oh, my bad, King KO. Nah, not Tony Yoka. We talking about Ioka.
Yeah, like I thought when like Joet had to fight Shakur Stevenson, who you could argue was the best guy there, except besides Gary Russell, and then
Joet had a rough road. Yeah, I get
yeah,
what you're
yeah, and he had the Luke Campbell road. He had the Luke Campbell
Shakur
road.
beat Mariaga, right?
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
fought Navarrete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's two tough motherfucking fights to overcome to become a champion.
Exactly. So
Vargas called him out. Who?
you called out Leo Santa Cruz,
Oh, Leo. Oh.
but that fight ain't happening. Not next, at least.
That'd be an interesting fight. I think I would have. I
I
think
favor Vargas.
have Vargas. Yeah.
I favor Vargas. I honestly, I'm not even like I respect Leo Santa Cruz as a fighter, but I don't know. I just think that stylistically, I just favor Vargas.
Yeah. Yeah. Another volume guy.
Mm-hmm.
Range.
I might do a video about that as
That would be
well.
a fight I'd watch for sure.
Volume guys in boxing and how they relate and how their opponents relate. And what styles and what skill sets are best against volume punchers, because a volume puncher isn't really a style. Look, man,
You don't think so?
I'm not. No, nah, not really. Not really.
So what do you call it?
I call it.
Volume puncher?
I kind of call it a tactic
Okay. I hear you.
because
How do you? I mean,
a boxer puncher could be a volume puncher. A swarmer could be a volume puncher.
yeah, like
An inside fighter could be a volume puncher.
It
You know what I'm
is
saying?
a
Everything
tactic.
else
You're
with a
right.
pure
No,
boxer
no.
could be a
You
volume
proved your point. I agree with you. You definitely proved your point. I mean, like you can have a guy throwing some wild shit, but as long as he's throwing a lot, it's still volume.
Right.
Or
Right.
or you could or it could be super technically sound, but it's still volume. So yeah, I agree.
Right.
yeah,
Right.
'cause-
No. So no. On average, if Errol Spence is a volume puncher, then Sean Porter's a volume puncher.
but I mean, Sean Porter is a volume puncher though.
That's what I'm saying. So and they definitely got two different styles.
Hell, so is Chocolatito. He's a volume puncher. He don't got the same style as Errol Spence.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we can name a bunch of volume punchers that all have separate styles. So
Leo
yeah,
Santa Cruz is not an inside fighter at all, and he's
No.
a volume puncher. He's a mid-range fighter.
shit, who's a? Hell, Brian Castaño's a volume puncher.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
He throws enough punches that when he gets
Brian
Yeah.
Castaño and Sean Porter are very similar.
I just think Brian Castaño is just technically more sound than Sean Porter, in my opinion. That's just me. In some ways, like I just feel as if he's
He's not.
he's more disciplined.
Maybe not.
that's what
Maybe
discipline.
not more disciplined.
Disciplined.
So no. You know what you said originally? Yeah, technically sound. I take that, especially as an inside fighter, because he'll definitely pick his shots a lot better, and he's definitely
Yeah.
more accurate on the inside.
He doesn't he won't overextend and go like I don't want to say Sean Porter go for broke is the wrong term, but Sean Porter has a tendency of like getting in the position for which got him stopped by Crawford. I don't see Brian Castano like shuffle his feet like Porter for where he puts himself in dangerous positions like
Sean Porter overuses his athleticism to the detriment of his technical form.
exactly. Well, with
You know, one of the biggest things that I see about Porter is that he, why I say he's not, there's a little bit of a lack of discipline, is that he overshoots his footwork and end up getting like smothering his own stuff a lot. So
yeah.
so that's where if he was just a little bit more disciplined, he would be where he needs to be to get his punches off. He wants to get in there and maul you, but sometimes he just overshoots it too much.
Yeah, look, hold it real quick, bro. I'm putting out a link again, fam. Anybody in the chat could come join us and come talk this boxing shit. Um, look, this ain't. I don't. I don't want to make. I don't know how this sounds, but I don't want to make this an intimidating panel. Like anybody could come speak their mind about. But you love the sport of boxing, I'm gonna fucks with you, and that's it.
Shit.
I'm
Come
sorry
through
I
and
called it
talking
a
shit.
sport. I'm sorry I called it a sport. But
Business.
if you love the game of boxing, then I fucks with you, man. Come kick it with us.
Come through and talking
I'd like
shit.
to hear a different opinion on any of this stuff we talk about.
Or an
I'd like to
opposing one.
hear yeah, I'd like to hear something in contrast, because all these guys are gonna hit you with some technical shit.
Each and
I
every
want
one
to
of us, really.
I want to at least have one person with the colorful commentary.
I mean, I could give colorful commentary when we watching a fight.
That brings me to what we were saying earlier.
What's
All
up?
right, Joey, I'm glad you said that. So look, so often on fight nights, you are about 30 seconds ahead of me and about 2 minutes ahead of everybody else that's on the
2
panel,
years.
right? 2 years. Chris says 2 years above everybody else that's on the panel, right? So look,
Right.
so I propose that we do these fight nights and you do the blow for blow and we look at everything else.
Okay.
That's cool.
That's cool with me.
Look, so the idea is that by the time you're doing the blow for blow in real time, we're back looking at the shit that made the blow for blow possible. And I think it'll work like that. You feel me?
Yeah, I get you. So this really all comes down to like if my Wi-Fi just stays on point like it's been doing.
But even if you're 10 seconds ahead of me, sometimes you've been like 5, 10 seconds ahead of me instead of
Yeah.
the 30. You know what I'm saying? But even still, like it still be worth it. It'll still be worth it. Like, obviously I'll always be here. If Chris is on here, Gabriel's on here, they're always behind.
Nope.
They could be talking about shit that happened in the past that you're gonna announce real time at any moment. You know what I mean?
So what I'm hearing is that I don't got to hear no more damn it, Joey's.
Nope.
Exactly.
Nope. You the man. You control it. You control the blow for blow. And we just try to explain what's going on to make that blow for blow happen.
Shit, hey man, I'm down for that. I can be on my Jim Lampley shit, man.
I bet.
Yeah.
That shit gonna work. I'm telling
Hell
you.
yeah.
I think
gonna
you
work.
do a
It's
better
gonna
job
work.
than Jim
It's
Lampley.
not
No,
gonna work.
no buzzwords.
It's
No
not-
buzzwords.
Oh,
No
come
buzz.
on. Come on, man. Chris, you know who you talking to.
Nah, I mean, if you're doing blow for blow, it's really not no time for buzzwords, bro.
I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
say
he said Jim Lampley, so that's the only reason why I said it.
Oh yeah.
no. When I say Jim, like when Jim Lampley calls out the shots, like when Yeah, not when he says, look at his speed, look at his power. No, fuck that. I'm saying like when these guys are like good, like that's a nice clean left hook he got him with, good combination here and there, like stuff like that.
Right.
Hey, you guys.
Yo, what's up? How y'all doing?
What up, bro?
What's going on, man?
What y'all talking about?
Yo.
Yo.
A bunch of shit. We about to get back to this Styles make fights. ... Sort of in a second. We're gonna let Joey cook, but yeah, after we do that, yeah, you could definitely slide in your opinion on anything that you feel. But real quick, okay, Muhammad, appreciate the super chat, fam.
Money to burn.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Wow. What do y'all think of the possible matchup of Joshua Buatsi versus Jean Pascal since the IBF just ordered it? I had no idea the IBF just ordered that.
I love it.
I haven't thought anything of it.
I love it, but for the wrong reasons.
Thinking about that shit, I thought Buatsi was in line in the Bivol line.
Which is exactly why I love it. Which means Zerto had it.
But I think it's Zerto first, and then it's Buatsi, and then if Canelo want that smoke, which I doubt, then it's Canelo again. But
he ain't that stupid.
You'd be surprised, man.
It's gonna be rough. But I don't think anything about Buatsi versus Jean Pascal because when is the last Pascal fight I saw?
I think he fought recently, actually. I just don't remember. Pretty sure he fought. I'm pretty sure he fought this year. He was the one. He tested positive, right?
He tested positive a few times, right?
Yeah. So he was suspended for, I think, at least 6 months to a year.
Bro, Pascal been past his prime for years.
Yeah, he's like 38, 39.
Yeah, he's been past prime for a very long time. So I don't know, man. Buatsi's an up and coming dude. I think this is just like a normal step up fight for somebody like Buatsi.
I haven't seen Pascal in a while. Is he still a front runner?
Oh yeah. So yeah, I don't think much of it, but I like before or pre-film study, I like Buatsi. That's what I really think. But either way, look. So Joey, you're late, but you're not off the hook.
Just a little late. Just a little late.
A little late, my ass, man. You're late. That shit started at 8, motherfucker. It's 10:22. But at my time at least. But you're not off the hook, man. Styles make fights.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's cook. Are you gonna put out the whole picture and everything, or not?
Mm-mm.
All right.
Let's get it,
Maybe
dog.
I mean, what I could.
Yeah. Put it up. Let's.
All right, now you're gonna have to wait, bro. I gotta send that shit from my phone to the fucking computer.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how it started when it first started, right? That's how it looked.
No, that's
you
how
realized I was gonna be a little late.
That's how the thumbnail look. But look, man, go. Hey, somebody else talk about something else until I can put this shit up for this dude.
Yeah, talk about anything but that topic.
Oh, look here, Joey. You can see my clip. That's a good 33 seconds. All right, look, we were talking about people talking about when Spence hits Crawford with something clean. That's gonna be Crawford trying to get his lick back, and he's gonna fall into Spence's trap, right?
Right.
That's what we said. Now look at this.
Baby, go to
said, "I'm gonna go get my gun."
Hey man, like look, I remember watching that sparring and I said like Crawford, he just doesn't have the volume of Spence, but he could fight on the inside and mid range to a certain degree and give Spence a good fight. It's just I wouldn't bet on him to win in that. I wouldn't bet on him to beat Spence at his own game. That's where Spence excels at. That's where he's beating everybody at.
He was sparring like that practically like the whole video. He was like fighting from like mid range to inside. I watched that
You
sparring.
remember that, huh, Tricks?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit's still on
Oh yeah,
YouTube.
that's in your
Yeah.
hometown.
Yeah, it's in New York. Yeah, that's at Gleason's.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I remember that shit. I remember watching that. Yeah, it was a good sparring. I remember Crawford, and a lot of that was
One
actually
of the
fighting
dudes was
orthodox.
big too.
You said what?
One of the dudes was big. I think was like
Oh
had to be
yeah,
like
yeah, the
junior welterweight.
160,
Yeah, I said junior
160
welterweight,
dude
junior
that he
middleweight.
sparred after
Yeah.
that. Yeah, yeah. All right, Joey. God damn it,
Yeah.
that's shit.
Hey, I want. Hey, man, I want to write.
All right. Now that's right. You see it?
Yeah, I see. I see. All right.
Let's get it.
So basically, let me just make this clear to everyone, not to the panel, but to everybody watching. The whole term "styles make fights" it's a bit misleading. Before anything, just be clear that there's no particular style set for another. That doesn't exist in boxing. Just because one's an inside fighter, one is a mover or just a pure boxer in general, that doesn't always mean that a pure boxer is going to beat an inside fighter. Basically, what this means is that it's the skill levels as well as the skill set that that fighter possesses that gives certain styles issues or the fighter with that style. And basically, one of the fights that I wanted to cover and break down and explain why this is so this is so foundational is one of my favorite fights between two of my favorite fighters, Manny Pacquiao versus Juan Manuel Marquez. There's a reason for why those fights, that quadrilogy is so pivotal, is because that fight took place around three weight classes, 126, 130, and 147. And in all three of those weight classes, every single one of those fights were highly competitive. And if you really could, you could also argue that the person who was really like having stylistic issues or who was being hurt by the by the skill set, it was Pacquiao. Pacquiao by far was the lesser of the two when it came to overall skill set between him and Marquez. But Pacquiao's athleticism made up for that difference, as well as his suddenness, his athleticism, his footwork, his speed, etc. Those buzzwords. But when it came to that's why what made those fights so competitive. It was because as good as Pacquiao was at beating certain fighters, it was Marquez's skill set as well as his quote unquote style that just gave Pacquiao all the problems in the world. Especially even as Pacquiao developed as a fighter, beating multiple world champions. Like, for example, the Pacquiao Marquez 3 fight. That fight should have told everyone right there that this term is doesn't change no matter who you are. Whether you're Pacquiao, whether you're Canelo, whoever. And that fight, Manny Pacquiao, as good as he was, still had the same issues that Marquez was able to exploit. Manny Pacquiao has a tendency, for when throwing certain punches, he has a tendency of overreaching because of his athleticism, and he also has an issue with rhythm stepping. And Marquez, through both his ability to counterpunch and use half steps, was able to effectively time and nullify most of Pacquiao's offense, which took away both his volume as well as his ability to throw effective power punches. If you notice in that fight, Manny Pacquiao threw more jabs than anything, rather than the typical power punch numbers that he's used to throwing in his more prolific fights. It just showed that even among all these weight classes, Pacquiao was still never able to fully get over the hump that was Marquez because of the style and skill set that Marquez provided. It wasn't because Marquez hit harder or was faster or was more athletic. It was because of Marquez's actual skill set that he provided. His ability to move back and pivot if Manny Pacquiao would try to explode on him. His ability to where he would lean to the side and catch Manny Pacquiao with an uppercut from the outside. One of the few fighters I've seen do that effectively outside mid-range and catch Pacquiao when you could say he was quote unquote falling asleep in the ring. He was able to just counter on all of Pacquiao's bad habits. and show that as good as Pacquiao was, he's still to a degree a very flawed fighter. Manny Pacquiao is one of the greatest fighters of all time, but another great fighter who was visibly less talented than him, at least physically, was able to beat him because of his skill set, not because of his athleticism. The same applies now. It applies, but less applies in the Mayweather fight, because unlike Marquez, Mayweather's athleticism could compete to Pacquiao's a certain degree. I'm not saying Mayweather is athletic as Pacquiao, because he's not. Pacquiao being able to go up several weight classes more than Mayweather proves that. However, what really showed in that fight, which made Mayweather so dominant in that fight, for where if anybody thinks that fight would be different in 2009, 2010, the result would be the same because of Mayweather's style as well as his just overall skill set. Mayweather can do everything that Marquez can do, but at an even at an even higher and efficient level, because one, he has better punch placement. He has overall better footwork. He has a far better lead hand. He has better head movement, and he has much better timing. More importantly than that, he was able to just negate Pacquiao with just controlling distance, which Marquez was able to do. But like I said, what Marquez lacked that Mayweather had was just elite reflexes and footwork. There was hardly ever a time in that fight where Pacquiao was able to effectively stop Mayweather in his tracks. And even when he did cut off the ring, Mayweather was able to, when Pacquiao did close the distance, Mayweather effectively clinched and prevented Manny Pacquiao from being able to get any real offense off. That's one thing that Marquez didn't do enough, which was clinch and hold Pacquiao. Mayweather did many times, which prevented Pacquiao from getting even less offense, to the point where Mayweather actually outthrew Pacquiao in that fight, even though Pacquiao is quote unquote is a volume puncher. A volume puncher got outthrown by a pure boxer of Mayweather simply because of his ability to control distance, move around the ring, effectively use his lead hand, and keep Pacquiao on the outside. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that just because Mayweather and Marquez do this being elite counterpunchers does not mean every counterpuncher can do this against Pacquiao. As we saw against Adrian Broner. Now, there are other variables that played into that fight for why Broner could not be as effective as he may have been years back. But at the end of the day, Adrian Broner, it was at some point one of the best counterpunchers in boxing. But as that came with Pacquiao, because of his inability to throw enough punches, and he was a quote unquote shot fighter, that didn't make a difference when Pacquiao was able to effectively close distance with his fast footwork, as well as his ability to use throw combinations and cut off the ring. Because of Adrian Broner Adrian Broner's skill set prevented him from taking as much damage as other fighters that have fought Pacquiao in his prime years. He still was not able to nullify what makes Pacquiao so great. And as a result of that, even though he was a counterpuncher with the skill set necessary to beat Pacquiao, he was unable to do so. He was unable to execute, even though he had the ability to. And we can bring up another counterpuncher who actually, once again, this fighter beat Pacquiao, similar to the way Marquez was able to beat or give Pacquiao problems years back, and that's Yordenis Ugas. Yordenis Ugas, another fighter who does not have the athleticism or footwork of a Floyd Mayweather and even Adrian Broner, but he has great timing. He uses half steps effectively. He knows how to clinch effectively. He was able to overall take away Pacquiao's volume. Well, not take away Pacquiao's, but prevent him from any effective aggression.
Uh-oh.
Why? There's a reason why certain.
You cut out for like 5 seconds.
Yeah. Well, what I said was that both his jab, his ability to use half steps, controlling the distance, clinching. There's a reason for why these tools and maneuvers affect or worked on Pacquiao at the higher level. If at the end of the day, yes, Pacquiao may struggle against these type of fighters or these type of styles, but it all depends on the level of the fighter in order to execute that, which determines or not whether he will win. If you put Pacquiao against a average or contender level counterpuncher, don't expect that fighter to have the same effect or success that a Floyd Mayweather, Marquez, or Ugas has. There's levels to boxing, and of course, there's a skill set to boxing. If they cannot execute that skill set, it doesn't matter if they're a counterpuncher or not, they will lose. That's what really styles make fights is all about. Another example of this is that you can use is a fight we saw recently on May 7th. It was Canelo versus Bivol. What was so intriguing about that fight was, unlike Canelo's previous fights at 168, Bivol's style, in a lot of ways, was a stylistic nightmare for Canelo Alvarez, a fighter who has excellent footwork, knows how to pivot effectively, made it difficult for Canelo to effectively cut off the ring, and has a phenomenal lead hand, which is Canelo's kryptonite. If you have a phenomenal lead hand, we've seen in the past with Gennady Golovkin and Floyd Mayweather, he does not know how to effectively get rid of it. So with that lead hand, as well as the other tools, as well as his combinations and footwork and ability to control distance, Bivol was able to pretty much neutralize what makes Canelo so effective, as well as that he was, once again, making Canelo's strengths his weaknesses. Canelo's ability to move forward and pretty much walk you down, he prevented Canelo from doing that by controlling him, by pushing him back and getting him off balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear you. That was a lot. Motherfucker, you had some notes for that, didn't you?
Nah. Honestly, that was off the dome. But I just rewatched these fights, especially that Pacquiao Marquez 3 fight. I got it ingrained. I remember the rounds and everything.
Anybody want to comment on what Joey said? Any of it?
Agreed. That simple.
Yeah.
Same.
So you have go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say. He's spot on.
Yeah. You have so there's a detractor in the comment section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Floyd stuck the joint out against Manny. Stop it.
He stuck the
Because
joint out.
real fighters don't do that clinch BS. They fight inside.
Okay.
Wow, this dude speaking is clueless. Oh God, shaking my head. What the fuck is dude saying? He makes 0 sense. Shaking my head. So I put out the link several times as I saw him detracting.
Come get that smoke.
And he has not clicked it. Now you can come and talk to Joey if you would like to.
I want to hear.
Here goes the link again, sir. Hold on, let me 2 seconds. You can come talk to him, and we'll just listen, and you can just talk to Joey.
Like, in all honesty, Don, I want to know why you say real fighters don't clinch; they fight on the inside.
No, we're not gonna go over that because you're gonna get destroyed on that.
I mean,
let's
but that's
do
really
let's do the other points. Let's do the other points. We already been through that.
All right, the first point then it's really
that's gonna be fun though.
Yeah.
Look.
You think it's fun?
Look, everybody else is gonna be quiet, and you're just gonna talk to Joey.
Yeah, no disrespect, nothing. I'll let you speak, and vice versa. I just want to know what you meant by how you said Floyd stuck out the. No way, Bivol was just that much bigger. Wow.
Click the link, sir.
A lot of hot air. None of it make any sense and had no real practical application.
Click the link.
Staying out of this one.
Chris, what do you predict, man?
Predict about what? I mean,
we're all gonna stay out of this one, except Joey. I mean, look, bro. Click the link if you have a disagreement. Bro, you don't got no headphones. I'm sure you're listening on a phone or a computer. You gotta have some headphones, bro. In a car right now. Look, bro, it works in a car too.
I mean, Jim.
It works in a car too.
My thing is just.
No, you have to make a point, bro. Yeah, you're not answering. You're the one talking in the comment section, but you're not saying why it doesn't make sense. You're not saying anything. It's rude. What the fuck? Are you driving? Now you're just in danger. I don't understand, bro. Look. So you're the one talking in the comment section. He didn't make any points. Oh wow.
What do you say
So
after
what
that?
did if he didn't make any points, then what did you actually disagree with? Like, wouldn't you have to disagree with somebody's points?
Like, I want to know why he thinks that Bibble's size played more of a factor than his actual skill set. I want to know why he thinks that Floyd stuck out the joint and he didn't actually outbox and nullify what makes Pacquiao so great, which is his volume and just his power punching ability. Like, I want to know what he means by that.
Yeah, he's in the car, so I don't know. I
I mean, when it,
it's gonna be a lot of tackling.
we didn't see Pacquiao use that much footwork against Mayweather either.
yeah, no, like that he was moving in a straight line in that entire fight.
Yep.
Yeah, like
He acts like it's all style, as if none of these guys don't have any ability.
what?
You can have all the style in the world, and it don't mean shit.
But
I don't.
this,
We don't know what you're talking about, bro. Look. That's the problem with typing in the comment section, as opposed to putting on some headphones and just joining the conversation.
but hold up. The thing is, I already addressed if I'm right about what he's discussing, I'm just gonna assume I already addressed that. I said that I said that in the beginning that no style is purely tailor made for another. Like, yes, because of the skill set that they provide, but no, there's no such thing as, oh, he's an inside fighter, pure boxer. The inside fighter's never gonna win. That's not how boxing works because of
Yeah. Look, hold on, Joey, bro. Look, styles make fights. Dot dot dot. Sort of. I think Joey's whole point was that it's not just styles. If you really listen to it, it's not just styles. It's skill set
and
attached to those styles.
no, it's not even just the skill, it's ability. Like I said, the fighters can it's the
Yeah, and
ability to
ability. Yeah.
it's the ability to actually execute that style and those skill sets. It doesn't matter. Like I said, I used an example of Adrian Broner because he was a counter puncher with the skill set proven to give Pacquiao many problems, but he failed to do so, even though he had the
Bro, I
style.
can't
It didn't.
do it. Nah, I can't do it, fam.
I mean,
I can't. I can't do this. You got to join the panel or not.
yeah.
Period.
If he
Anyway,
joins, just let us know.
no, I mean, if he joins, I'm gonna let him on. But
Yeah,
look,
that's what I mean.
I can't
Yeah.
just highlight comments. Um, yeah. Nah, I
Jen, what do
agree
you
with.
got? Yeah.
I agree with. I agree with a lot of it, and I'm
Anything you have to
probably
disagree? I'm curious. I want to know.
no. I'm probably too tipsy to disagree. Because you late as fuck, and it's 2:43 now. You was late as fuck.
Hey,
But
I try to get here as fast as I could.
skill level wins fights, not the style. Yeah, so like I said earlier, Fat, before we were discussing a little bit before, way before you got on, that I said sort of because it's really just a lazy way of saying somebody's limited in skills, or when two people are limited in skills and they have a specific style that when they match up, we can anticipate a certain type of matchup. You feel me?
Exactly.
A certain type of fight, at least. Like,
The
okay, yeah, he's not proficient on the outside. He's a great inside fighter. He's a great mid-range fighter, and he's good on the outside. Okay, it's gonna be an inside fight.
yeah, like
Styles
bro,
make fights.
like fuck the I use big fights because I imagine most people have seen them. But if we really want to, we can use the fight that took place 2 weeks ago between Maxio and Vargas. We were able to predict how that fight would go two ways just based off of the styles of the fights. We said if Vargas chooses to fight and bang with Maxio on the inside because of his tendency of wanting to fight it out and not just stay disciplined, he has a chance of getting knocked out, and he got caught because of, like Gabriel pointed out, his stupid habit of throwing an uppercut from the outside when he didn't need to. But if he stayed disciplined for the most part, like when he chose to, and boxes Mexile, he's gonna win. He's gonna win a clear UD or split decision, which they gave him. But he was gonna outbox him. It's not
Yeah.
because simply styles make fights. It's because of what of the skill set that Mexile presents and the skill set that Vargas presents, and how well they execute it at that level.
He had one major goofy flaw, and it was that fucking uppercut, bro.
Yeah.
He was
Hell,
killing me with that shit, bro. Throwing that motherfucking outside range uppercut and get caught every goddamn time.
yeah, and like we said, I could use Boots Ennis for this example. Boots Ennis is a skilled fighter, but we're not going to say he beats Crawford or Spence. Even if he is, let's say Boots, like you said, Jerron Ennis would be stylistically, Crawford may have more trouble with Boots than Errol Spence, or Errol Spence would be a style more difficult for Boots, right? But because we have not seen Boots fight at that level, we don't know if he presents that same issue at that level, at that skill level, at that world class level. That's what I'm trying to say.
Regardless of his style.
Exactly.
I mean,
That's why
same for the other prospects. Like every
Barry Antoine
prospect
Russell.
that we think he's gonna fight is somebody like Stan Jonas. Like Stan Jonas, high guard, uh, heavy on the front foot fighter, but he's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? His skill set works for the style he chooses to fight in. Do we know he knows how to fight off the back foot? Probably not. We never seen it. Does he use lateral movement? We never seen it. You know what I'm saying? Does he have those wrinkles to his game? I don't know. But he's good at doing what he does. But since he's limited to that, then we could say, yo, okay, styles make fights. Anybody that's gonna put him on the back foot or that's gonna make him use lateral movement probably has an edge. Or anybody that has a good back step game or a good reverse shuffle game and counters, or anybody that takes advantage of a high guard is probably going to give him trouble. That's only because he's limited. That's not because of his style. You know what I mean? Like it's only because he's limited. That's it.
And when you have a fight for where the styles of two fighters are similar, then you can't use the term styles make fights in that scenario. You have to use, well, it's the skill sets and the tendencies that each fighter is able to pick off from each other and utilize in order to win the fight. Yeah, you could have two inside fighters, but if you see one is more efficient in certain areas, they're gonna use that to win the fight.
This man texting and driving, but can't call in to drive. Obviously, I got headphones in the car with other people, not trying to be rude or trust me. I would love to. Well, bro, I mean, you clearly not in the conversation in the car. I mean, you clearly like you doing way too much texting to the live stream to be in a conversation in a car.
Come on, bro. Let's get it.
I mean, I look, bro. I'm not finna read all this shit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm really telling you. I'm not finna do it. Sorry.
I mean, look, I just I have a
I'll be
feeling
right.
how
I'll
this.
be right back.
Like, I don't know about y'all, but I have a feeling how this is. If he does hop on the panel at any point, I have a feeling how it's going to go down, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Nah, he's not making any points.
Yeah, like as soon as I heard Bibble's size and Mayweather stuck out the joint, I'm like, this is not going to be like, I don't want to make assumptions, but I'm going to make an assumption that this discussion, if he decides to, it's not going to be about skills. It's going to be about the mentality of a fighter and other bullshit.
Yeah. If you can't see that Bivol is one of the most skilled fighters on the planet, period, then it's tough to have a real conversation.
Or if you can't see how Floyd Mayweather nullified Pacquiao, there's a reason why Pacquiao got didn't just get outlanded. Getting outlanded by Mayweather is a natural thing. He got outthrown. Mayweather threw more punches than Pacquiao in that fight. Floyd Mayweather, who's known to have an absurdly low output, was able to was able to throw more than Manny Pacquiao. That speaks volumes about how Mayweather was able to nullify Manny Pacquiao.
So,
That goes without saying.
So that's why, for me, when it comes to defense, I've always, thought about controlling. I say the same shit all the time. It's not the same to defend 75 punches than it is to defend 25 punches. It's just like it's not the same, right? Because you're gonna use less energy doing it. You're less likely to get tagged. So it's so important to learn the skill of how to control punch volume, how to make volume punchers not volume punchers, because it just makes your life your life easier as far as working your defense. You're less likely to get tagged. The numbers don't lie. So, I mean, the fact that he was able to do that just goes to show you that guys like him, B Hop, they just know. People might say that he might, you can't have the opinion that he stumped the joint out. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it, right? You are entitled to say, oh, it was a boring fight. But if you can recognize the skill that made one of the best volume attackers, right, volume punchers in boxing history, not be a volume puncher, that says a lot about skill level.
When like Jim said it best.
Hold on, bro.
You guys are gonna win this one. I'm looking at the comments.
Oh my
what he's
fucking
saying,
god!
and it's,
Listen, bro. Let me champ it. Don, look, I was with you at first with dissenting with Joey's comments, but now what you're saying, bro, you don't know shit about boxing, bro.
What do you say? What do you say? I
You
can't
don't know
see it.
shit at all about boxing, fam. Yeah, Floyd was running and all this other dumb shit that people ignorant to boxing say. That's it. That's all you're saying, bro. You man, get the fuck off my channel, bro.
I mean,
wait, Joey and Gabriel, are you on your phones with this?
Fuck off my
yeah,
channel.
I'm on my
Man.
phone.
Nah,
Yeah,
he's done. He's done, fam. Look, bro. Look. This channel is about the spread of boxing knowledge. That's it, and that's really it. I use upcoming fights and past fights as context, and that's it. But it's about boxing skill, tactics, strategy, and boxing knowledge. What's going on in the ring? A motherfucker that's too scared to come on a goddamn panel. I got people in the car. Man, fuck out of here. Talking all that dumb shit. Floyd ran. Bivol has okay skill. Man, shut the fuck up, bro.
But he too shook.
Shut
He
the
too
fuck
shook
up.
to come over here and talk his shit.
I mean,
Man, shut the fuck up, bro.
I mean,
I don't even like reading that shit.
to be fair, man, I said this when you were gone. I told I told Chris and Gabriel, I'm like, I'm not gonna enjoy if he decides to hop on the live. I'm not gonna enjoy this conversation because I already know what this is gonna be. This is gonna be a battle of I'm gonna try to break down skill sets, and this man's gonna tell me, oh, Floyd should have fought Pacquiao toe to toe in center ring and fought him on the inside. Like as soon as I saw that shit,
I read some of that, and I'm like, yo, yeah, it's a wrap.
yeah, fuck
But
it, man.
anyway,
Anybody else like in the chat that has an opposing opinion, I'd love to talk to you and hear what you have to say, boxing related.
Yeah, Joey and Gabriel, so if you guys are on your cell phones, if you see the settings at the bottom, mic, cam, settings, and chat, you go to chat, then go to comments. You can see the comments.
Oh shit!
oh y'all don't know how to work this live stream shit.
Yeah, I see the comments.
I didn't see. Why do you think I'm always like I never know what comments are coming up?
Yeah, nah, I'm reading this shit. Look, why y'all talk, bro? I read the comments, and yeah, man,
bro, what?
Yeah, he talking crazy.
Oh, I just saw it. I just saw this shit. That's not skiller boxing. That's running. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
That was it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's why I say you're not gonna.
it's
Nobody's gonna win that one. That's just gonna be another.
yeah. Nah, look, no, we're not gonna waste time on it.
Nah, fuck all that, man. Look, like I said, anybody else that wants to discuss this shit, feel free. Does anybody on the panel have anything they want to say or add on to what I was already making a point about?
Philly Joe Jones, hit the link, bro.
Whoa.
Whoa, yeah, you too, man.
Whoa.
Hit the link. You my man. Hit the link.
Spence isn't a great
We
inside
gonna.
fighter.
I'm gonna treat you with gentle gloves.
16 ounce. 20 ounce. Yeah, that's crazy.
Hugh, I'm not saying his name. He said, who wins, Junso Nakatani and Bam Rodriguez?
Look, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a fantasy fight.
I mean, it's not really a. I mean, it could be a future fight, but I mean, I don't know, bro. I haven't. I still ain't looked at film. Nakatani.
I mean, that's a fight on different platforms. But anyway, yeah, no, man. Like I
Hold
said,
up, real quick. All Dirty Box appreciates the soup chat, bro.
Straight cash. And I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family for the rest of our lives. I'm rich, biatch.
You say shout out the panel, hit the like and support. Hey, much love, fam. This shit is a labor of love. It's a labor of love. I'm telling you. I can make a live stream about how it's a labor of love because I've come to realize some more shit about it. But fuck it. I'm a vent.
man, like
Look, what I noticed was that now um networks that I use fight footage from and promotional companies that I use fight footage from, when something gets big as far as views, they're gonna come in and try to take the monetization. So they're gonna come in and try to take the money from my videos. So, you know, it takes hours to make these videos. Like I mean, I ain't talking about 2 hours, 3 hours. I'm talking about 10, 12, 14, 16 hours to make these videos for me. Cause I got a whole nother job and a career. So a lot of this shit is done afterward. That's why that Shields Marshall vid took me 8, 9 days to come out with outside the last video I came out with. And the insight to boxing that I put in the videos with the uh, the minor graphics, freezing, slow motion, text overlays, and all that shit is actual work. Like that shit, I'm talking about, in that 14, 15 or 14-minute video I made, Shields versus Marshall, bro, that shit took forever, fam. And these networks not doing that shit. These networks be putting 1 minute into breaking down a fight for real, to what's actually going on in the ring. So it's actually original content just made from the material they put out, the entertainment they put out. So man, that shit is just so fucking disrespectful, man. That's really what I got to say about it. That shit is so fucking disrespectful. So at the end of the day, when they take away all the monetization from all these fucking videos that I made, because that's what it seems like it's going to.
They're tracking your
is
shit then?
Yes, yes. Certain promotional companies are definitely tracking my videos. So even at 17,000 subs, bro.
That's
But
wild, man.
but yeah. So at the end of the day, man, it might all come down to me just having a paid platform, and that's it. And that's just the reality of the matter. You know what I mean? Or I'm just gonna stop doing this shit, fam. I never needed to do this shit. I'm not like some of these other dudes where this gonna be my career or this has to be my career. I have another one. If I gotta put shit behind a paywall, then I gotta do that. But anyway, I digress.
I hear you on that. I train these dudes as a side hustle. That's not how I feed my family.
Exactly.
So,
I do it for the love of this shit. Like I really love this
Exactly.
shit, you know. And
Exactly. I
and,
got
and
a I got a Patreon channel because they was blocking my fucking videos on YouTube. That's why I started my Patreon channel. So if I gotta put all my shit behind a paywall, or if that shit don't even jump off, I can stop doing all this shit. Still be straight. So I'm not one of these dudes that need this shit. So all this shit, all the super. I mean, look, bro, that's a very roundabout way of saying, man. All the super chats and all the love I get is really keeping the channel going, man. Because I could see that they're gonna take away all these videos as far as putting money in the pot. But go ahead, Gabriel. I'm sorry.
no, that was it. I do it for the love of this shit. It's dope to teach, right? And especially when you got somebody who really just pays attention, because that you try to teach people, and especially when they're young and they hear you, but they're not really hearing you,
Yeah,
and so but sometimes you got to do that understands that he don't know shit, and he needs to learn this shit before he goes to battle,
yeah,
right? um and they just, you could tell too, they just their eyeballs are like wide open, and they're just soaking everything you telling them. And that's rewarding, you know what I mean? It's rewarding, especially when you start to see, there's some guys that just, you tell them some shit, and then they get in the ring and they're doing exactly what you just told them,
yeah.
right? And those are the type of dudes. And not that I have a problem, training a dude that they ain't got, like, is not gonna be a world beater, right? I don't. That's fine. I mean, you get what you get, but it is dope to see that development happen. And so I'm not doing this shit to I don't do it either because I'm getting rich. No, I'm not getting rich at all off this shit. I'm
Right,
doing it because I love it. Right.
right.
That's it. Uh,
Look, Gabriel. Look, let me tell you some real shit, bro. Everybody on this panel right now needs to start a YouTube channel. Now, not to necessarily make the YouTube channel blow up, but to start um but to put their fan or to get their fans interested in another paid platform. You know what I mean? Because the YouTube shit, like I just said, in the end, man, I feel like, bro, all these videos that's been blocked partially or blocked or blocked across the world or taking away monetization or you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I just got a claim yesterday that took away monetization that I made or from a video that I made like fucking 10 months ago. So they saw the video had 60,000 views, and before it gets any more views, they want to take the rest of the money.
oh, I know exactly which video that is too.
Bro, that's happened over 10 times already. I got 150 videos at least.
that's some
So
bullshit.
that's happened over 10 times already. But look, so what I'm saying is everybody on this channel or everybody on this panel has the boxing knowledge to do their own thing and make a little bit of money off YouTube. But in the end, you need to eventually venture out to a paid platform. You know what I mean? Whether it's $1 a month or whatever. Mine is $3 a month. But because eventually they're gonna take away all your shit on YouTube. But still, everybody here has enough boxing knowledge to really educate fans on what's going on in the ring and what should be happening in boxing to grow the sport of boxing. Because that's really the true test, man. That's really the true test of this shit. Look, Chris, bro, I don't even want to repeat what you said earlier, but you said that shit perfect. If you're
About
still
what?
listening, about where this shit is going, and then how the focus isn't on getting better with your skill set. You remember?
Yeah, I mean, what we talked about earlier today.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because boxing is about entertainment. Like when you look at traditional sports, basketball, football, soccer, baseball, what have you, when it's treated like an actual sport, a competition where the best go against the best, what happens is you create an environment in which you have to evolve or die. That's just how it goes. You have to keep growing and keep getting better, or you get cut, right? And then you find yourself having to play overseas, or maybe you just need to reconsider playing altogether and do something else with your time. But you have to continue to be the best version of yourself. You can't, be what you were last year and expect to win a championship just because maybe of who you were last year and the fact that you won a championship last year. That's not how things work. In traditional sports, you're going to have teams that were champions last year and may look like shit the next year. They're going to lose. However, because boxing is being treated as an entertainment business, you have these fighters getting fluffed up. And what I told Gems is, anybody who pays attention to crypto, that fighters are getting treated like crypto pump and dumps. You fluff them up, you make it seem like they're the best or the greatest, and so on and so forth, right? You really try to put all eyes and I'll try to put as much money into them as you can. And then when it's time for them to finally step up in competition against someone that probably will take them out, that's where you cash out, right? And then because they're not used to competing, actual rawness of competition and having to evolve, having to get better, not being stagnant, taking your losses, typically careers tend to fall off of one loss. These guys can have 20, 30 wins and it doesn't matter. It's the weirdest shit. I look at guys' records. Some of these fighters, people talk about like, oh, he's a bum. Oh, she's a bum. You go look at the record. They're like what, like 35 or 40 wins with like 1 to 5 losses. That shit don't even make any sense. So as long as boxing is about entertainment, not about having people go against the most elite level competition, the sport's never going to evolve because you don't get to see what does and doesn't work against those that are of the highest level of skill. So now you're getting deprived of what boxing could be, which is a part of the reason why I think the UFC is attractive because you have a meta, so to speak, of mixed martial arts that continues to grow. It continues to evolve. You don't know what the hell you're going to get. Whereas with boxing, to be brutally honest, in certain sections of the game, it's regressed. In most sections of the game, it's regressed. You can look at fighters in the 90s and the 80s and the 70s that possess skill sets that far supersede those that we're seeing today. For the most part, that shouldn't even happen, but it does. But as long as people get to nitpick and choose who it is that they get to fight because it's a money fight, because people care more about relatability of what a fighter looks like, where they come from, what their level of materialism is, what they got around their neck, what they drive, as opposed to how they are as an athlete, we get this shit. And
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Keep going.
no, I was just gonna say what was I about to say, man? You go ahead and say what you're gonna say, and I'll
Yo,
bring up that
nah,
last
I
point.
was just gonna say, man, bro, that's some of the realest shit you'll ever hear about this shit. It's some of the realest shit you'll ever hear about this shit. It was all facts. It was all facts, man. The
I
game,
mean,
the game is dying.
It can't take it. It can't take
rapidly.
this shit. It can't take this shit. I mean, I give kudos. I'm not even gonna say any specific fighters' names. Not gonna go into that. But I mean, it's ridiculous where the game is right now, where it's more about, oh, this is the point I was trying to make. So for those of you that enjoy traditional sports, how much do you really care about your favorite athletes' personal lives? How much do you guys really care about what they drive, what they wear, what they got going on, what kind of women they're with? Like, how many of you really care about that as much as you care if they're actually going to perform during the season? What's more important to you? A guy being able to go for about 30 points in a game, or if they got a Bugatti or not. Now, I'll tell you, in boxing, for some weird fucking reason, people care more about purse bids and what side of the street and other shit like that. Who's got the most money? Contracts. Who looks a certain way? Where are you from? As opposed to who's the most skilled at the damn game. That's why this shit's dying.
Hey, Chris just cooked for y'all, man.
No,
He
he
made a
said,
whole fucking breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
dog,
Yeah.
like he spoke nothing but facts. Like I was talking about this shit. Like the fact that certain fighters are brought up the way that they are in terms of just matchmaking, um, and just how they're just, but yeah, like Chris said, how they're just brought up and this they're not evolving because at the end of the day, this game is not about fighting the best. That's not what that's not what this sport has become. It's an entertainment business. We've seen it with the fighters, like not even fighters that are already established, fighters coming up. We talked about two fighters, man. Like I hate talking about these two because they are the future of the sport in terms of how the sport's going to look and hope in the next 5 to 10 years, 15 years from now. I'm talking about Tank and Ryan, the fact that like they you could say that they probably are the most popular and they may probably make around the most money, but they're doing the least for it. They have a certain degree of skill and talent? Absolutely. But they're not showing that at the highest level. Like I've said this multiple times. Tank's last few performances haven't impressed me. He hasn't dominated since his fight against Yuriokas Gamboa because he's been fighting such mediocre competition. You're not going to get better from that. The mistakes and issues that Tank shows in the ring, that the things that he needs to work on, he's not going to work on them because of the performances that he's having against mediocre competition. And even in those against that competition, I feel as if Tank should be doing a whole lot better considering his skill set, considering his talent. Like the Tank that fought Pedraza, I haven't seen anybody beat Jose Pedraza like that. Even nowadays, I didn't see Loma, Ramirez, or anybody beat him like that. But that same Tank Davis had was having some competitive rounds with fighters who I thought he should have very little trouble with these days because it's sad to say, but the Pedraza fight, you could argue, is still one of his toughest fights today. And that fight took place 5 years ago. They're not progressing. They're not growing. And you only grow with your competition. That's why, although I love fighters like Shakur Stevenson, I'm also concerned that the fighters like that are going to become extinct. Devin Haney, extinct. Fighters like that are chasing legacy, that are chasing the best fights, because unfortunately these fighters don't get the respect that they deserve for various reasons. One of them being is that, oh, they're not exciting, so because they don't sell like these other fighters do, they don't get the opportunity to fight in the biggest fights, not because they don't want them, but because they're not a big enough attraction. They don't entertain enough. And that's what the sport has become, for where
Yeah, it's the money. Yeah.
it's always, that's what it's always come down to, and that's what it always will be. It's just gotten worse over the years, and it's just became so obvious, and it's bullshit at this point, man.
Yeah. Well, it used to be that the biggest money fighters were the fucking champions. not, not prospects coming up with fucking good IG pages and modeling careers and shit like that. Like, bro, that's what it used to be, that you had to prove something in the ring, you know what I'm saying? And maybe have some of those other qualities, but you had to prove it in the ring first. Now, man, bro, that shit is sideways, man. With this social media shit, that shit is sideways, bro. That's why Jake Paul is an attraction. That's why Ryan Garcia is an attraction. I like, bro, yeah, motherfucker ain't did nothing. Nothing, bro. Ain't no, he ain't went to the, like, bro. You compare him to Oscar. You ain't went. He hadn't even went to the Olympics, and Oscar won a gold medal. They both were seen as pretty boy motherfuckers, right? But one got his stardom and fame from actually winning a fucking gold medal. The other is just on social media as a pretty boy.
To be fair, De La Hoya actually fought real fighters.
Right.
Yeah, no, De La Hoya has one of the most like stacked resumes.
Oh man. No, okay. If we talking about win loss result or resumes, bruh, De La Hoya is retarded. He's retarded with it, bro. He fought everybody. He fought
Right.
Yeah.
everybody.
Well, I mean, that's what truly matters, honestly. You know that's what the game, that's what boxing should be about. You're gonna lose. You know, it should be where being undefeated is a very special and unique thing.
Yeah, facts.
This
Look,
is
hold
why
on real quick. Big Smoke, appreciate the super chat, man. You're already a goddamn member. So I appreciate all the support, man. Much love.
Money to burn.
And it's not even money to burn, it's money to save.
I,
Facts.
I've been
So
very
I can
vocal.
grow this goddamn channel.
I've been very vocal about how I feel about Ryan Garcia. Um, and it's because of what this um of what he's doing to the sport, right? Of what he's doing to the sport. I said it the other time. Would we even be talking about a fight with Tank if he wasn't some social media dickhead? Like we wouldn't even be talking about it, right? But he's hyping up the fight. And at the end of the day, is I mean, I don't know if this turns into something where, because to be fair to boxing, boxing has been dying for a long time and it still finds a way to keep going, right? So I wonder if there's going to be a new iteration of the sport. I don't like where it's going at all, but I mean, I still want to see fights. So I hope they figure this out. And if they want to, if they actually want people to stop, pirating shit, then maybe, just maybe, you actually want to make real fights, right? Like start, like find a way to obligate the fighters to actually fight. Even, and some guys actually want to fight, but the promotions are keeping them from fighting, right? So if if they actually want more people to spend more money, just maybe they should actually make some fights that we all want to see on a more consistent basis, right? There's a lot. We're constantly having this conversation. Well, that's a fantasy fight because it's cross promotion, and that's fucked up. That's fucked up. So
Super fucked up.
we shouldn't even be having that conversation, right? So the fact of the matter is, I hope boxing does have a way of figuring it out and morphing into something else. But we're in a weird space right now. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, facts. Look, hey, Chris, real quick, man. My dog looks like your picture.
You serious?
Yeah,
God
yes.
damn.
That's a
Yeah.
wolf.
Nah, it's a American Akita.
It's a
But
scary motherfucker.
he looks like he looks like half wolf, half bear.
Oh
But
no, you shouldn't have any intruders in your home at all, bro.
I know he's still a puppy. I mean,
Oh,
but he's he'll be 8 months on the 11th of August, and he's about 70 pounds.
good lord.
Yeah. So look, but nah, his face looks like that. But anyway,
Oh,
Nobody wants that smoke in
hey,
your
look,
house,
bro.
right?
Look, man. I don't do small dogs. Yeah, he's gonna have to have
no,
some type of
no, no.
utility aside from barking, man. Bite a motherfucker, you come in my house.
Well,
But
ankle biters.
anyway, Bobby, my man's supporter for real. Appreciate the super chat, fam. I don't even got the shit ready. Hold on.
Money. Yeah.
He said for having to labor through the last video, LOL. This is about 33 cents per hour, but it's all love, fam. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I appreciate the super chat, fam. Much love. Let me see. I low key dropped this channel's name on larger channels when someone asked me how did I come up with my. Well, bro, this is a good source, sir.
I do that shit all the fucking time. I tell them that shit like when I be like when these people, I'm like, yo, if you really want to get some more knowledge, add boxing gems.
Yeah, yeah. But you say it at all the wrong times, though. God damn, bro.
What you mean?
You would cuss a motherfucker out, like, bro. You don't know shit about boxing. You need to subscribe to boxing. Like, damn, bro. Like, they ain't gonna listen to you after that.
But I mean, I've been getting better at it, but at the beginning,
Like,
because
bro,
it's
your boxing
true.
knowledge is absolutely horrible.
Uh,
Matter of fact. This is Joey, right? This is Joey talking to people on other channels right before he suggests my channel.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Go check out Boxing Gems.
My favorite.
That's
favorite
legit,
movie.
bro. Like, look, after that, go check out Boxing Gems. Like,
Yo,
damn, bro, ain't nobody gonna listen to you after that, bro.
bro, but
It's a wrap.
I can't. I'm doing better now, but in the beginning, man, these motherfuckers be pissing me off with this stupid shit,
I'm
bro.
doing better now.
Sound like a recovering shit talking addict. Like I'm doing better.
Right.
Speaking of recovery, every time you
fucking idiot, go check out Boxing Gems. What the fuck, bro? It's not gonna work like that, bro.
Speaking of recovery, Joey, every time you say I'm a pactard, I keep thinking like this is an AA meeting and like I'm a recovering pactard and shit. Like this is an AA meeting and you're like, I'm getting better, right? I'm a recovering pactard. This shit is funny as fuck.
Oh yeah.
I won't even lie.
Hey, that is Joey. That's fucked up, ain't it?
Just a tiny bit of it kind of came out. I think the last stream when do you remember, Jeff?
Nah, I don't.
When we were talking about Spence versus Pacquiao, and Jim interpreted 42-year-old Pacquiao. I said no, I'm talking about either prime Pacquiao, 40, and he said Spence. I straight up said why, like why the fuck would Errol Spence beat a prime Manny Pacquiao?
Yeah, it's just nah. That's just weird, bro. I like, why would you? Fuck it. Look, why would you be so sure about that?
Exactly.
I just don't understand.
Exactly. I was just like, that's just no. But nah, man. I remember, hell, dude. I saw this shit, and I couldn't even react to it. I saw this one guy's like this. Remember when Ryan Garcia was saying he was going to fight Manny Pacquiao?
Oh yeah, I remember
that bullshit. Yeah. I remember this one guy. He says like, "Yo, like Pacquiao avoided getting knocked out by Ryan Garcia." I, I was lost for words. I literally couldn't respond to that shit.
Yeah. I mean, Brad, I don't know, man. Look, so anybody who's saying that they're not really talking about a skills matchup. They're talking about I don't know, man. I don't know
No,
what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't get that shit. I don't. I really don't get that shit on any level. At a certain point, you just really got to be like, what the like that. That's when I say you're just a fucking moron. Subscribe to boxing. Shit.
Right, and that shit don't fucking work, bro. You can't say you're a fucking moron. Do what I suggest.
They're gonna get all in their feelings, and they're not gonna,
Hell yeah, they gonna get in their feelings.
No
Shit,
wonder, like,
man.
what kind of people they got over there? Damn.
I'll be like, yo, or I'll either say, come to boxing gyms, or hey, man, jump on the panel real quick and learn some real knowledge.
Nah, I mean, bro, look, they did. Matter of fact, from now on, man, anybody that jumps on here, look, bro, we can't really, we gotta, we gotta respect them as people that fuck with boxing. You know what I mean? Like we look, so I look, even though they might not know shit at all, and they shouldn't be having an opinion before they learn. A lot of these people actually think they know boxing. You know what I mean? Just from the outside looking in and never really been taught the game or nothing. They a lot of these people think they know boxing. So
Yeah,
I look, but in the same sense, it's like, bro, as long as they fuck with the game, it's like I gotta have a little bit of love for them. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Because they keep the sport even like I was saying earlier, bro. Even a fanboy, at least they pay for their favorite fighter. You know what I
agree.
mean? At least they go out their way to pay for their favorite fighter. So whether they in love with a man or not, it's it's still kind of cool to me because it keeps the sport going.
yo, but Jem, what about that one dude who was saying that Triple G could beat Hagler, and he said, what about that one, man? You said you gonna tell me you got love for that dude?
No. Well, yeah. I mean, at this point, yeah, fuck it, because I guess if a Triple G fight comes on pay per view, he's gonna
You
pay
gonna
for
watch?
it.
You gonna pay for that shit? But like at the same time, it's not even that. Look, it's not. I wasn't mad that he said Triple G would beat Hagler, but it was his logic.
No. So this is what I also said. But if you are a fanboy of a fighter, all right, cool. I fucks with you. I got a little bit of love for you. But if we're talking about that specific fighter that you're a fanboy of, shut the fuck up. Just don't have an opinion
Please,
because it's gonna be stupid. And
and
and and,
biased.
and 9 times out of 10 it's gonna be incredibly biased.
Yeah, but this is pervasive, right? I mean, look at Al Bernstein, right? I mean, like he's been in this game for God knows how long, and he's still talking the same shit, right? The same shit. It has not evolved at all.
Well, Al Bernstein is not biased. He's just
No, he's not biased. He just doesn't. There's nothing technical about him. I don't understand why he's the guy that gives the famous.
I try to give him a little bit of respect and leeway because I know, the producers that he shows, I know for a fact that they try to tell people to dumb it down, but damn, bro, he been doing a great job at dumbing it down. That's all I can say
You,
about
you, you think it's because he's. I mean, I think he's extra with that, right? Like,
well, look. Just as context, real quick, Gabriel. They like so how I know this is because of Tim Bradley. Um, they told Tim to dumb it down too. Um, I don't know if those probably weren't the exact words, but basically they told Tim to dumb it down as well. And you see what Tim Bradley does nowadays, fam. That motherfucker be cooking. The motherfucker really tries to break shit down like how I break shit down. And I still haven't seen a person like Al Bernstein do that. So, but go ahead.
and at some point, right, in all the years he's been doing this, for him to never have like a moment of brilliance, I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, Al, he been damn. How long has he been doing it?
Like a really fucking long time, man. Like a really long time, even before he was on Showtime. I mean, look, this dude is in the Boxing Hall of Fame.
Mm.
In the Hall of Fame and is still talking that shit.
Show your power.
You got a box.
Box, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting for that day. It's gonna happen.
Use
box.
your jab.
Right. Fuck out of here.
Don't throw the left hook, but throw the left hook.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't hook with a hooker.
Who made that up?
Pearls of wisdom.
Who made that up? Oh shit! All right, hold on. Elder Dragon, appreciate the super chat, bro.
Money. Yeah.
For the panel, Mayweather said to him, "This man, this sounds like the beginning of a fucking Bible scripture." And God said to him, "Boxing is ABC 1, 2, 3." As a matter of fact, let me start it over. For the panel, the boxing god said to him, "Boxing is ABC 1, 2, 3. When he faces these guys, all he has to do is one move." Did you guys agree with him about that? That's what the boxing god says. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Wait, I gotta read it again. For the panel, Mayweather said to him, "Boxing is ABC 1, 2, 3. When he faces these guys, all he has to do is one move." Who are we talking about?
Mayweather.
No, I'm saying no. Mayweather said to who? When who faces these guys?
When Mayweather faces these guys, all he has to do is one move.
Yeah, I don't know who Mayweather said it to, but I think it's about what Mayweather does.
Oh well, no,
Yeah,
that's
who's him?
ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know who him is, but apparently when he faces these guys, I think he's saying it like Floyd. Whenever he faces guys, all he has to do is one move.
Floyd is lying.
That's
The motherfucker's lying,
big
bro.
fucking ego talking right there.
Oh yeah, all right, Elder Dragon. Yeah, no, Floyd is lying to you, bro. He's lying to you. that's what it really is, bro.
The boxing guy's lying.
All he has to do is one move.
If not, he wouldn't be who he is.
He's lying, fam. I mean, he's being
Egotistical as fuck.
extremely simplistic about explaining what he's doing in the ring. Pretty much.
I don't think he likes to actually get into the weeds when it comes to technique. I've never actually heard him talk technical shit ever, honestly. Maybe I haven't been paying enough attention, but I really don't ever. He talks in platitudes and this generalizations, and I might have missed it, but I never hear him say something like, "Okay, I beat this dude with this, right? Or I beat with this dude with that." I mean, we could see it because we're watching the fight, but he doesn't say. I've never heard him say it anyway.
Floyd has had like for instance, heavy bag videos, when he's hitting the heavy bag, he has had some pretty solid like tips to give to share when he's hitting the heavy bag, but like a like a blow by blow breakdown of how he beats dudes. I'm gonna be honest, I don't recall anybody really doing it to like that degree. You know, it's kind of weird, man. Some fighters, and they're really good. The way they talk about the game is kind of almost like can be pretty damn vague.
Yeah.
Like
Look,
if they're
nah,
trying to keep,
listen,
like it
listen,
feels like they're trying to make it. They're trying to keep the game a secret, right?
bro. I've heard Mayweather speak in technical terms, but he does it in really, really, really short bursts. Like he is not at length. Like especially if you catch him in some of those like post fight I forgot what Showtime and HBO used to call them, epilogues or
Epilogues,
yeah,
Showtime
if you
access.
catch him in some of them epilogues, you'll catch moments where he's explaining what he did in the fight, and he'll talk very technical in short bursts. Especially after the Pacquiao fight, I think I remember specifically. Um,
Yo,
fuck, but I don't remember exactly what he said, so I can't remember. I can't say I remember it specifically, but he explained in very very short detail what he did to control Pacquiao. I can't remember what it was.
I remember him explaining it in an interview. I remember that shit. Like he was saying, like when Pacquiao's tendencies, what he needs to do in order to set up his punches, and he was able to read that. And whenever like he was able to control the distance, and he said whenever Pacquiao would finally close that distance, I wrap him up, I lock him up, and shit. And I was just yeah. So he was explaining it like he knows how to explain that shit. Hell, he was even explaining. I remember when he was explaining his fight against Shane Mosley when he
Yup.
Make smart investments.
All right, shit. I got 43 houses and all types of real estate in New York. Go ahead, Joey.
yeah no but real quick actually one I hopped off real quick just to see like man do I really come at these dudes like that?
What you mean? Yeah,
Like
hell yeah, you do. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Are you talking about what I was saying?
yeah
Hell
I was
yeah,
just
you do.
I
I'm
was
looking at bro. You send me that shit, fam. I'm looking at it like, bruh, they're never gonna come to my channel.
I remember this one guy
Like, you crazy?
because like this dude I was just like, yo, this. I think I was just saying how I didn't like how Ryan Garcia was pressing. This is like, yo, he's only 23. He's got 7 more prime years. And I responded by saying, well, it's already not looking promising. I said, yo, you're already counting him out like Errol, like they did with Errol Spence. I said, not. I'm like, I'm just like, I was just trying to explain to him. I'm like, that's not the same situation. And then he was like, all right, who do you think will beat him? And I just started naming like Shakur, Devin, Tank, JoJo, like anybody with a fucking title around his weight class. And then like if he fights Tank next, he'll get so he's like, so are you guaranteeing Tank versus Ryan will happen next? So at that point, I got fed up. I'm like, all right, please shut the fuck up. I said, do everybody in this world a favor and just shut the fuck up because I can't stand this shit. You're
right,
not understanding.
Right. Then you said go ahead and subscribe to Boxing Gems. Yeah, that's that bullshit, bro. Like everybody gonna come subscribe after that, man. Like ain't nobody's gonna try to listen to you after that. But look,
Yeah,
hold on real
They
quick.
might even think
Hold
it's
on.
your channel trying to promote it. They're like,
Exactly. That's gonna say, yeah, that's gonna repeat, shut the fuck up. But look, Elder Dragon, once again, appreciate the super chat. Fam.
Straight cash. Then I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family for the rest of our lives. I'm rich, bitch.
Yeah, this is what I was laughing at while Joey was talking, man. Yeah, easy work, hell of a fighter.
He had
I made
some of those clips.
I made great investments.
Hard work, determination.
No, dedication.
Dedication.
Dedication, my bad. There you go. I should have known without them as many times as he said that.
Al Heyman's a father figure.
Yo.
Oh, I got real estate.
I got strip clubs. I made I've made more money in one fight than he has in his whole career.
Yeah, we all know the taglines, man. But look, man, like that part of boxing is WWE for real. Actually, all of boxing is becoming WWE. And Floyd Mayweather is Vince McMahon. So if you think about it like that, then you'll understand it.
Man, like
You'll understand his personality and or his theater personality and everything that comes with this fucking game nowadays, at least.
I remember
Appreciate some chat. 39. I remember AI as a kid. Who?
Allen Iverson, I think he's talking about. What was that related to anything I were talking about?
Nah.
Practice.
Or AL?
Al? Nah. I don't think he's talking about Al Heyman.
Maybe Al Bernstein? Is that what that's
Oh
called?
yeah,
Oh,
that's
Al
what we talking
Bernstein.
about. Al Bernstein.
Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot
yeah,
about that shit. But
yeah.
I mean, hell, Jim, I remember one time I actually talked to one of these content creators and I was being very like politically correct and all that shit. I was just like, because he was asking, what do you want more content on this shit? I said, talking about the systems of boxing, and he completely misunderstood what I meant.
Oh yeah, he's talking about the business.
Yeah, he thought I meant the business. He's like, bro, we've even discussed contracts on this shit. He's like, can you name me a channel that talks about the whole system of boxing? And I responded by saying, at Boxing Gyms.
Yeah, yeah, that fucked that up. He'll never come. He'll never come around.
I didn't say anything rude. I just say, yeah, at Boxing Gyms. Give it a look. I wasn't rude. That wasn't a dick thing to say.
I remember him saying he beat Shane Mosley with the pull counter. That's not even really true.
I mean, he was whooping his ass with it, but that wasn't all he was doing. Shit.
Nah, yeah, it was. Yeah, that's not really true. I mean, he
I
might
wish
have said it.
people
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he said it, but
He
that's
he
a
was just
very, very simplistic assessment.
no. I remember that interview that Tricks was talking about. He was explaining like that. That's when I was talking about with Shane Mosley for where he said one of two things. He explained that Shane Mosley was a front runner, and the
Right.
second thing he explained was that like he was like I started using my bag of tricks, and one of the things that he used was the pull counter. Like he was just saying those were one of the things that he gave that used that gave Shane Mosley all problems, a bunch of problems.
I got all my faculties.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's only one of the few things that he saes that I really, really do
Like I said
respect.
before, he's a hell of a young fighter.
He says that shit fucking often.
I watched Al Bernstein on all those USA fights back in the day growing up. Yeah, I vaguely remember that shit, but Al Bernstein been around for a long fucking time, and he's still trash. Now, whether the networks made him trash or Showtime made him trash or not, I don't know. My apologies
I
to
think you're
him.
being nice, bro.
Look, bro, I look. I'm nice to a lot of people.
but,
I'm
but
nice to a lot of people, man. I was I you know what? Let me shut the fuck up.
you know
Let me
you
shut up,
know
man.
you
Look,
know he don't he really you know he don't really know how to talk that shit.
Yo, Jim.
Chris,
Yeah.
remember I was telling you earlier about
About
about trainers in the game.
yeah,
That's
yeah, I
why
remember it.
I'm not really trying to go there. But
But
but but yeah, Al Bernstein
Not
John
now. I'm curious. What
Bernstein.
you talking about?
Nah. Look, bro, you got an IG page?
Yeah, I
Instagram.
do.
All right. Well, hit me up on Instagram.
All right.
All right. We'll have a personal conversation.
All right.
Yo,
Yeah.
but
But
Judge,
I believe you'll agree with me, Gabriel.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
isn't Dan Raphael an quote unquote official boxing analyst?
get the fuck out of here. No, I hope not.
Or is he just like
That's
a
like saying what's his face? Uh Benson or
Michael Benson?
yeah. Or what the fuck is the other one's name?
Mike Coppinger?
Coppinger is an analyst. Come on, bro. No.
I never
If they're not secretly subscribed to this channel, then they're not they ain't on shit. Or one of the or at least like a Jim Lampley was on Lee Wiley or you know what I mean or something. At least like a fucking soft modern martial artist subscriber or some shit.
Yeah, I fuck with
Something.
Jim. Yeah, I fuck with Jim Lampley simply because of the fact that look, he didn't know the sport like the guys beside him, like Roy or Emmanuel Stewart, but he loved the sport. No, he did not, but he loved the sport. He actually, you could tell just by the fact that he went out of his way to watch actual boxing content. Because Lee Wiley, when he watched him, he wasn't a big time name. He didn't have the following that he does now. There's the respect among the community that he did before. He was coming up, just like.
Mhm.
And he actually watched and was breaking down, I think, Chocolatito, and watching one of these fights. And so that
Right.
really, yeah. So even though he wasn't an Emmanuel Stewart or Roy Jones Jr. to an extent, he was still a student of the game to some extent.
Oh yeah. If he was gonna go look up a fighter that he was gonna be covering on YouTube, especially way back then he had to be interested. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
that's
he was just interested in keeping his job, maybe. I don't know. Man.
because
But
man,
Tim Bradley does the same shit nowadays, and
but Tim
he's
Bradley is
actually a
different.
2-weight division champion.
But he's
So
man, Tim Bradley's a student of the game through and through because he actually
did it. Right.
did it. Jim Lampley ain't never stepped in no boxing ring before, at least from what I know.
Nah,
Neither has Chris Mannix,
I
Joe
was about to say
Tessitore.
some other shit that probably shouldn't be said.
Larry Merchant.
Fuck Larry Merchant.
No comment.
Larry Merchant was one of the most matter of fact, Larry Merchant was a urchin of the new generation of Rock'em Sock'em. Because of how much he used to talk about fighters that actually had the absolute most skill being boring. Not just Floyd Mayweather, but plenty other fighters too. They had the absolute most skill. And he's he's not exciting. He's terrible. Blah blah blah. He's boring. He's not gonna throw any punches. He's gonna win this fight because he's gonna snooze out the crowd, like that dumbass dude that was in the comment section earlier. That's who Larry Merchant. That matter of fact, that might have been Larry Merchant.
Yeah, Larry Merchant. Like I know there's some people that just like, man, I love Larry because he was just raw. He said a bunch of bullshit, but he was just the way he came about it. I never liked Larry Merchant.
Nah, I never fucked with him at all.
He was the guy. He was the one person when he was commentating. You just had to find a way to tune him out because he was the one for sure who didn't know anything about the sport. And sadly, I think he was the oldest guy on that fucking on HBO.
Yeah,
With boxing being an entertainment business,
nah, it
one of
might
the
have
worst
been
things.
Letterman.
It's man, but Letterman, man. Oh my God, Letterman scoring is one thing, but have you heard the way this man breaks down ring general shit? and effective
Ah, it's
aggression.
bad. It's
It's
bad.
fucking horrible. I was watching the Pacquiao mark and I was dying. He was just like, you see the way Manny Pacquiao pivots out and gets out of that's ring generalship. And I'm
Mm,
like, wow.
mm, shit.
He's like, or better yet, when this man's breaking down effective aggression, Marquez has a thing has a well under his eye, and Pacquiao does not. So that's how you know who's landing the clean and hard punches. I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah, it's bad.
Or
It
like,
was
or
bad.
yeah, yeah. Or he was just like talking about like that fight. He was just like, I don't understand what the judges see in Marquez. Like, I don't know. He does nothing flashy. Pacquiao's the effective aggressor, and he looks better doing it. I'm like, what? I don't even know. What do you mean looks better doing it? What the fuck does that even mean?
I
Yeah.
mean,
Hey, Tex Rock, real quick, bro. Yeah, if Larry Merchant was 20 years younger, Floyd would kill him. Like not with hands alone. No weapons. Floyd would have killed him.
you know,
Literally killed him.
the
Go ahead.
we gotta think about what the negative effect that dumbasses like Larry Merchant might have had to the
That's
sport.
what I was
Because
saying, bro.
I mean, think about it, because it changed the perception, right? The narrative of what, like, instead of praising skill, he was talking this shit that makes
Killed it.
skill demeaning skill, right? Making it less than. So, and then you have this horrible, Letterman making these like crazy scorecards. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, now people don't know how to score boxing, right? It's this is the fucking problem. It can what kind of effect did it have on the sport?
Man, like
We'll never know, but it couldn't have been good.
I remember, I was asked this question. I had people ask, "Who do you think is worse, Larry Merchant or Jim Gray?" I'm like, Larry
Man,
Merchant was just an asshole. But Jim Gray, man, what do
yeah,
y'all think?
I prefer Jim Gray than Larry
Larry
Merchant.
Merchant was terrible, bro. I prefer Jim Gray for sure.
Because like I said, I think Merchant is damaging the sport to me.
Like I said, he was the only, I would say, bad, really bad mark on HBO. If there was anything about HBO I didn't like that turned me off from it at all, it was hearing Larry Merchant actually commentate. Like that's the thing. Like, remember when Max Kellerman was coming up and he was just
He
that kid
was
in the
trying
back.
to be like him.
Yeah, he was that kid in the background that would throw his occasional analysis here and there when Stewart when Stewart and Lampley were cooking, mostly Stewart, but when Jim Lampley was giving blow by blows. Like this motherfucker would just say something real quick, like high intensity round, or he's winning the story of the fight, some other bullshit.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to follow in the footsteps of Merchant, just talking wild shit.
Yeah, bro.
Yo,
They might as well have been on some Skip Bayless shit, bro.
bro,
And they were knee deep in boxing.
dude, and the thing is, Max Kellerman, Gems can tell. Max Kellerman is the reason I made this whole idea to make this video about or live about Styles make fights, because this fucking guy was explaining was trying to pretty much derail the fact that Pacquiao didn't beat. I mean, Mayweather didn't beat Pacquiao because he was the overall more skillful fighter. He's saying, oh, if Pacquiao and Mayweather were at welterweight at the same weight class, naturally, he said Pacquiao would give would he argued Pacquiao would beat Mayweather. I've said the fact that you're saying that kind of takes away all credibility of you being a quote unquote like you're supposed to be the boxing analyst on ESPN.
On Max Keller. Oh, real quick, hey, Julie. I don't know, man. She's hit or miss. She's hit or miss. I've agreed with her scorecards and I've disagreed. Wolf Trey. But all right, go ahead, Joey. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Like when he was just like, like when he was explaining with Manny, he was pretty much making excuses as to why Pacquiao lost to Mayweather and making excuses as to why Mayweather had the career he had. You know, the typical bullshit that casual fans run with and shit. Oh, Mayweather waited people out. He picked fighters at certain points in time. It's just crap, man. That for why like it derails the legacy and makes people think that Mayweather didn't actually like. And I said, how did Mayweather wait out 23, 24 world champions? There's not a fighter in boxing history that has fought this many world champions. He's fought 16 world champions consecutively. You're going to tell me he waited out every single one of them? That Mayweather had that, okay, if Mayweather fought them, maybe not at their prime, you're going to say that was purely Mayweather's fault? That the other fighter didn't play a role into that either?
Mayweather was older than Pacquiao.
Floyd
Mayweather
should
was
have, Floyd should have an exhibition fight with Larry.
I'd pay to see that.
No, I would not.
I wouldn't pay to see it, but
none of this shit. But,
I'm fucking with you, but it still won't be funny to
fucking
watch.
Larry is what, 90?
They Floyd would kill him.
Go ahead, John. Don't forget what you was talking about.
Yeah,
Nah,
Mayweather was older than Pacquiao, so I don't understand that ridiculous age nothing. Like
that age shit, the style shit. It's just if there was anybody who I felt as if Max Kellerman just flat out hated or just had so much lack of respect for, it was Floyd Mayweather. This man never gave props to Floyd Mayweather. He always gave excuses. He's like, I can't, like Floyd Mayweather. He's like, Floyd Mayweather is an all-time great. There's no question. But can I say that he's the greatest fighter of all time? He said or one of the best fighters. He's like, with no hesitancy, no doubt. He said, no, like you can't. And his reasons were just ridiculous. It had nothing to do with Floyd's actual skill. It just had to do with, well, Max's opinion and shit. Like, oh, the whole Pacquiao would have lost to Mayweather 10 times out of 10, 100 out of 100. That fight never would have changed. Anybody who really watched that fight, you don't even need to analyze it to a certain degree. It's clear as day. I said that the Pacquiao style was just a horrible matchup. It was always bound to be like this. Whether it was in 09, in 2015, it doesn't matter. It always would have been the same result. The reason why that fight was so appealing was because of how they beat other people, not because in reality these two were going to have a super close and competitive fight. That's what people who didn't know shit about boxing thought. People who actually knew the sport always knew how this fight was going to end up.
Now we can roll back into the pseudo meaning of styles make fights.
Yeah, like,
that's a perfect example.
So if you guys
I'm just gonna say something real quick. Fuck Brian Kenny.
Oh my God! Bro.
Just gonna say that. I'm just gonna leave that here. I'm just gonna leave
Brian Kenny. No, you said it. Fuck Brian Kenny. I don't like him at all. Like, no, I can't believe I take Larry Merchant over Brian Kenny. I will take Larry Merchant over Brian fucking dude. This man is Hall of Fame in baseball bullshit, not in fucking boxing. So every time I see him on a boxing fight, like commentating, analyzing, it's embarrassing.
Mute. Just mute him. That's what I do. I literally when I know he's with the Zone, right? The Zone.
The Zone, Showtime. He's been on a few platforms.
It's the same way I feel about Mannix. God damn, bro. Like, somebody need to fire that motherfucker, bro.
Dude, like Brian Kenny, man.
Writing articles, fam. Stop putting that dude on TV.
Dude, man, Brian Kenny just hated Mayweather. I'll straight up say that dude.
Oh
dude,
yeah.
He hated Mayweather.
Yeah. I remember those interviews.
Bro, man, when Mayweather was just cooking, dude, and explaining shit, he was coming at Brian Kenny's contradictions. How he was saying, "Oh, well, you fought the smaller fighter in Marquez, right? He was a smaller fighter." I'm like, "But you want me to fight Pacquiao, who's around the same size as Marquez? What sense does that make?" Like, that was the point he was trying to make. Like, and Mayweather said this years. He's like, no matter how I beat Pacquiao, whether I stop him, whether I dominate him, I'm always gonna have people complain. It's never and
Was that? Hold on. Was this to the panel? Like, bro, we don't feel any type of way about Mayweather getting his 50-0 against McGregor. We don't care. I don't count that shit.
I don't give the slightest
Look, I
fuck.
haven't counted Floyd Mayweather's fights since he retired, and he retired after he fought Andre Berto.
Andre Berto.
That's when he retired, fam. I don't give a fuck what they try to call everything else after that. The McGregor fight, no, bro, no. That's an MMA fighter. It's all been exhibitions after Andre Berto.
Yeah,
I
like
don't put nothing into 50-0 at all. And I've bought I bought I think I bought the McGregor fight. What fight he had after that?
the like that
Okay.
Japanese kid.
Yeah, I haven't bought a fight after the McGregor fight. I was done.
You didn't
Yeah,
buy that Logan Paul shit, Jeff?
nothing. Nope. Nope. No Japanese kickboxer, no Logan Paul, no
Sparring
Don
partner.
Moore or what? Don Moore or yeah,
Nah,
right?
you're right, Don Moore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's Don Moore.
I ain't bro. I haven't even looked at the fucking highlights.
I saw the highlights.
I
It was
don't
horrible.
care, bro. I don't
Yeah,
care.
yeah.
It's outside of
Actual
it's
boxing.
outside of what I'm actually looking for.
Yeah, because like at that point in time, like I don't know, man. Because the thing is, at one point, people want to say Floyd was scared, Floyd was running, Floyd was
Right.
boring, and yet in the same sentence, they want to say, "Oh, Floyd should come out of retirement and fight Canelo at 168." Like, just, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Weird shit.
Weird, bro. I like those people. I just say, yeah, y'all are just weirdos. Y'all like, like the people who either love these fighters or just hate them with a passion. Y'all are just weird to me.
Mr. P, how so? Now, I'm not saying I disagree. but, but I just want to hear how so, man. God damn, bro. I've been putting this link up this whole time.
I don't get why people are like. Shit,
Does anybody have anything they want to talk about
I think
at
the
all?
first.
I mean, I don't give a fuck what the topic is.
Well, it was the greatest villain boxing has ever seen. I disagree.
Who?
Floyd
As a
was
comment,
Floyd was the greatest villain boxing.
Nah.
I think
Actually, Muhammad Ali was a much bigger villain than Floyd was.
Yeah, they really hated him.
But he was he was only a villain because of his
Politics.
because of his skin color and brashness. And that's it.
Yeah,
That's
and
it.
also
He didn't have
because
to
of his
do what
politics
Floyd
too.
had to do. He ain't had to throw money in motherfuckers' faces and all that dumb shit.
I would say like an actual villain, and when I say actual villain, I just mean someone who's probably just an asshole. Is probably Ricardo Mayorga and shit.
yeah, I don't think Floyd was a villain because I was watching a lot of his earlier fights and he was getting shit even then. Like
From the
with
same
boxing
dude.
being what it is, when people shit on you, especially the commentators, and that's bread that you could be making in a future fight that you won't because they're over here saying you're a boring fighter and you're not worth watching. It's a snooze fest. So that perception from the people watching the fight is going to make them less inclined to want to go buy tickets for your next fight or buy pay-per-view. Like those people
There
can
we go.
literally kill a guy's career. And so I think what happened was Floyd just got pissed And then, the whole Money May situation came up because he had to find some sort of way for people to, want to watch him. But I think he was also pretty pissed at how he's being treated.
Hey, Mr. P. Thank you for mixing this panel up.
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, I was listening. I catch you, from time to time when I get a chance, and very interesting discussion you guys are having, and I appreciate, the insight you guys are putting out there. That's pretty cool.
Much love, fam. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you were asking one of the guys, I think his name was CL. He was asking me some questions in the panel. At least I guess he was talking
Yeah.
to me, and he asked something about the Floyd 50-0 and the McGregor thing. And me, I consider myself a boxing enthusiast. I'm not really concerned about Floyd's record and all that stuff. I appreciate the talent, skills, and everything that he had as an active fighter, but the other stuff is that's like and it's not disrespect. I mean, he's making his money doing what he's doing, but that's dog and pony show stuff. So that's more entertainment. And I think a lot of people, I put something in the timeline. I think a lot of people lose sight that when Floyd had got away from Top Rank, took a little short retirement. If you recall, he went into dealing with professional wrestling for a while. And when he came out of that, you can kind of look at the history of what Ray Leonard and what Roy Jones did as far as having a little bit of independence and not really having a promoter. And Floyd kind of took that and took his experience from the WWE stuff that he was doing and invented this whole Money Mayweather thing. And from a financial standpoint, it worked for him. I mean, it worked. He merged that. Unfortunately, there's a double-edged sword with it, and some of it has, the problems that we see today with guys not wanting to fight each other and all that old crazy stuff that goes on. So that's that kind of entertainment part of it, but it does, detract from the actual sport of boxing to a major degree because, again, we're not seeing these guys testing themselves at the highest level all the time. So just, kind of looking at it in that perspective, everything that he did, like you said, and I was agreeing with you after that Berto fight, that's hyperbole stuff that's not really all that important to me. And that's what I was trying to convey to the guy that asked that question.
Yo, look. So 100% facts to a degree. To a degree.
That ain't 100%, Jeff.
So it's not
Well,
100%.
well, 100% facts until a point. Um. mm, okay. So yeah, 100% facts until a point. I agree with everything you said up to when you said that Floyd fucked it up for the game, and that's what people trying to do now.
Well, I'm not saying he fucked it up for the game. I think the point is people are trying to emulate what Floyd did. And sometimes that's kind
They're
of
not
difficult
though.
to
They're
do.
not though. That's what I
That's
disagree with.
what exactly. It's difficult to do that. Right. Um,
You got to be pretty boy first.
exactly. That's why I said it's that double-edged sword. A lot of people are basically trying to fly before they walk.
Fuck. And yeah, they not walking. They they go from prospects to flying.
Correct. Correct.
As soon as they hit a belt, they flying.
And I think
And
that
shit,
has a
some
lot to
of them even
do.
before they get a belt, they flying.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the time and era that we're in society. There's a lot of delusional stuff that goes on, and because of access to social media, the world is much smaller, and I think it allows people's delusional mindsets to be expressed a lot earlier. So they
Right.
don't have to go through the work anymore. They think they great, therefore they are great in their mind, and they put that out there to the world, and that's not always the case.
Right. Okay. I hear you. I hear you on all that. Like I said, I agree to a point, but now we have an understanding. But what I got up on the screen is you said racism still exists in boxing.
Absolutely.
Right. So You could go ahead and cook on that because that
Well,
that would be the actual thing that mixes up what we was talking about to something other.
well, you guys tapped into it, in a subtle fashion. I just kind of, quick to the chase with it. When you started talking about uh, Jim Lampley and Larry Merchant and Chris Mannix and all the guys today that's following them, you see a lot of you see a lot of it, in the judges scoring, and in particularly the Black American fighters. And I mean, the history has always been there. We've seen that from the time boxing began to present day, but it's done in a more subtle fashion. You guys
Wait,
brought up
wait,
Mike
wait,
Tyson.
wait. Yeah, all right. I don't know. I don't know if you was going to pivot back to the point, but you said in the judges scoring. I need you
Oh
to
yeah.
explain that.
Well, you brought up some of the judges, and you see a lot of that as well. And a lot of it, some of it is racism, some of it is fueled by politics. But then again, when you talk about racism, you know, politics fuels racism. So if they got some guys that they, definitely want to win this or do that, that gets pushed a lot of times in the judges.
Well, I mean, okay, okay, all right. Nah, so where I'm getting at is like you kind of hovering past, you hovering over the shit. So what do you mean by the judges explicit some type of rate or exhibit some type of racism?
Okay, well, like I said, sometimes it's politics, meaning you have promotions. All right, let's try to get some real examples, so we're not, just in hypothetical so much. Okay, um, man, there's just so many. I don't even know where to start. For instance, a lot of times we see a guy that clearly gets robbed. Okay, and from the fans' perspective, it's just surface level. But when you talk about guys who are actually a little more entrenched in the sport, in the gyms, deal with these guys, on a more personal basis, you get the information that's coming behind it. It's not always just about what we just saw as far as a bad card. Sometimes it's about getting certain guys out of the way so an agenda can be met because they want to get a certain person promoted up. They're trying to get this, push this, these individuals and put them in place. And you saw it a little bit, even in amateurs, you see it a little bit. Sometimes they have a guy, if they got a guy that they want on that Olympic team, he might not necessarily perform well in the trials, but still gets the win because this is who they want to have there because they feel like that guy has the best chance, even though he might have lost legitimately uh, in the trials. So when you take it into the pro boxing, you have a similar concept going on. It's certain guys they try to move out the way. If they can't avoid a guy and they got to fight him, they may get a bad card. I mean, we see a lot of times, guys clearly getting robbed in certain things. It
Right.
happens.
So are you saying where we see other ethnic groups get advantages over black fighters? Is that what you're saying?
Well, a lot of that has to do with the economics. You always had like what they call the hope insurance situation. You have that. You're always going to have certain things that's fueled by economics, and really to a lot of degree where people don't even really understand it. For instance, okay, and this is not a knock on Mexican fighters, but a lot of times they'll try to promote Mexican fighters because they want to underpay those guys. They don't want to pay them. So they know that the Mexican fan base is very strong economically. They're
Okay,
gonna they're
I
gonna
get you.
pay. Yeah, they're gonna pay for fights. You know what I'm saying?
I get you. All right. Now I get it. Okay, I completely get what you're saying now. All right. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, that shit is okay. Everybody out on the panel. Y'all get what he's saying? So at first I thought my bad for assuming. I thought he was on some, everybody's against the black man type shit. But he's not really saying that. He's saying that it's racial politics all throughout boxing just because of the money politics all throughout boxing and how shit usually works. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, a
y'all
lot
get
of
that?
times, a lot of times it's the politics is fueled through economics. A
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
times, and there's sometimes where it's just some strictly racial motivation stuff going
Yeah.
on, or
Look,
surface
Mr.
level.
P, Mr. P, all throughout YouTube, you're gonna hear everybody against the black man.
Correct.
And that's not exactly the case. And you kind of just said that it's not exactly the case. It's just really about money, and certain people together make money, and certain people alone make this money, and certain people alone make that money. And
Right.
so, and which I completely agree with. Completely agree with that type of racial system in boxing.
And that's a
Facts.
lot of times when people talk about the business of boxing, in some fashions, that's what they're often talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
part.
I
It's a
don't
part of it.
know. I don't know how many people get what you just said, or understand how true what you just said is. That shit is facts.
Yeah. And then sometimes you have some underlying stuff because here's the thing. I don't know if you've ever come across people who they don't they don't believe, think, or know that they're actually racist, but they are, and they just don't
I
realize. They
mean, yeah. I
kind
mean,
of
that's
oblivious to
America.
it.
Period.
Okay, so you sometimes have that, and for instance, you guys brought up Max Kellerman. He's okay at sometimes, and then he has his moments. Okay, but I believe, and this is just a personal belief of mine. Okay, so this is not something I'm saying is fact, but I have a personal belief that at times Max Kellerman's that part of racism of his own comes out, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that his brother being murdered by a boxer has a play in that.
Mm,
Now, like I said, that's just a personal opinion of mine. I'm not saying that that's a factual statement, but it's my opinion.
I got
We got quiet on here.
you. Yeah.
Nobody.
Oh, yeah. Everybody hush hush about this one. Okay, panel.
No, I stepped off. But I was gonna say, in terms of like how they market people, yeah, there definitely are elements that they try to go about with someone's race, someone's nationality, from a marketing standpoint. That's what I was talking about earlier about how they try to go for relatability. A part of marketing is them trying to get relatability from a certain fighter and put that onto the audience.
Yeah. Some of it is smart marketing. Some of it, but it gets to a point where it goes a little too far. Period.
Well, it also puts a stain because then it puts a stereotype. For instance, what was being done with how black fighters had to fight a certain way, and for Latino Mexican fighters had to fight a certain way.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's
like
another,
that
yeah, another
that
aspect. He wasn't even Mr. P wasn't even talking about that, but yeah, that's another. This is
Yeah,
another
it's relevant.
aspect of it. Go ahead.
Definitely relevant. Yeah, that's definitely relevant there. I
Go ahead,
think.
Chris. Go ahead, Chris. My bad.
no. Yeah, I was saying. I mean that saying stuff like that and having to have race or nationality basically determine how a person fights is just asinine. Especially when you go into the history books of Mexican fighters and those that are very extremely well educated in the game. like your Julio Cesar Chavez, and I want to say Salvador Sanchez, Ricardo Lopez, Juan Manuel Marquez, guys like that were not rock'em sock'em robots, but unfortunately, I want to say from the 2000s to 2010s, they wanted to coin the term Mexican style, which was stand there, trade, and bang with me, and whoever stands, whoever remains, that's the winner.
Right.
And that was completely contrary to great Mexican fighters for one, and for two, look at what you
Boxing
created.
skill, period.
Yeah, I mean,
totally agree.
and so that the marketing aspect from that, just due to nationality, was just a botched, terrible job. And then coining black fighters as though they're just these, black fighters are just these individuals that,
Runners.
run around the ring,
They
and don't engage, and just, pot shot. They have no power or whatever. That's another negative stereotype. And so it almost seems like you have to do something based upon your nationality or your race to be able to get eyes on you. Like, why would a black fighter have to feel like they have to take an approach, a materialistic approach, in order to be more attractive? Like, why would Floyd? Because when we look back at his Pretty Boy Floyd days, Floyd was not this, I'm flashy, I'm this. Yes, was he confident in himself? Absolutely. But talking about, I got a Rolls, I got a mansion, I got this, that wasn't part of it. But he had to sell that. I'm money made. I got materials. I got cars. I got this, as opposed to just being appreciated for his boxing skill.
Man,
it's problematic.
Yeah, real quick, Chris, bro. When the man was putting people out, was knocking people out left and right, and showing every single style and every single boxing skill that you would want to see, that's entertaining. He was Pretty Boy Floyd, and he was not selling. When he became this bullshit dude, this WWE dude, that's when he started selling.
He
That's
became
Yeah.
fucked up, bro. That's
I mean,
fucked up.
I've watched his fights early on because I was interested in seeing like the progression of his his development as a fighter, but I couldn't help but hear the commentary and hear the audience, how the commentary was just was slighting him and throwing in these pot shots about how Floyd is boring, is this and that, and then you have the crowd, they're booing him, so on and so forth. And when as he got into HBO, it was almost like they still tried to keep shitting on him for even just being victorious. And now he had to go ahead and take an approach and change. When he fought Oscar De La Hoya, he had to be this, again, materialistic individual, which, for topic for another subject, but for the black community, that whole aspect of materialism can be very dangerous.
Mm.
And we transcend as a community beyond materialism. But unfortunately, what we're known for the mainstream public is just that. When you look at us for our personal lives and sports, when you look at us from especially the music industry, it's typically, it's a black athlete or black entertainer with a lot of money. What else is new?
You gonna make this a different type of show,
right? Yeah,
but no, that was important to say. That was important to say. But you, yeah, let's get it. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, unfortunately, the marketing aspects, the stereotypes that go with it, that yes, this goes far beyond boxing itself, but they are highly problematic. They did, when we just sticking to the topic of boxing, it made it about things, who you were sculpted as a fighter and how much you would be appreciated was predicated, or who was going to appreciate you was being marketed, in accordance to what you look like and what you do outside of the ring, as opposed to how you perform as an athlete, and transcending boxing into being this thing from a business perspective, where people love you and appreciate what you do, regardless of of the fact that they don't have any relatable elements to you in terms of race, in terms of religion, in terms of gender. They appreciate what they're watching because you employ boxing so well. They failed miserably on that for decades.
Mm. Facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
but I did want to ask about a certain fighter that like is kind of. Would you say he's an outlier, or just just someone who just didn't apply? Like, what? Why was it that Sugar Ray Leonard was just so damn acceptable? Like how was he marketed for which he just was so successful during his time and was just so loved, even though he in ways incorporated the things that people hated Mayweather for in terms of the way he fought. Why was it that Sugar Ray Leonard was just all around like there was really no controversy or disrespect towards him?
Well, with Ray, it was really a build up, coming up off the Olympics and just kind of having that backstory. It was kind of a rags to riches story. Um, like I grew up knowing Ray, uh, lived in adjacent neighborhood to Ray, same neighborhood, but a couple streets down. And that's when I got into boxing. When Ray was still coming up out of the amateurs, I was a young tyke, spending a lot of time in the gyms at that time. But they did a good job of marketing Ray well. They kind of took the Muhammad Ali blueprint, if you will, of him coming out the Olympics and built Ray in that kind of a way. And that's why I said that Floyd, took a little bit of that and Roy Jones in terms of, these guys self-promoting and not being, just tied down to a particular promotional company or having like a long-term contract with one promoter. They kind of took an independent approach. And then Floyd, like I said, he took his experience that he had in the WWE and making himself become a heel, and that sold. It resonated with the general boxing audience because people were very familiar with the dynamics of professional wrestling as well, and it became the entertainment aspect. But Ray was more safe. I think what you can do is kind of look at to a certain degree, you can look at Shakur Stevens and what they're doing with him. It's kind of in line with how they brought Ray Leonard along and how he kind of avoided some of those things in terms of the disdain that Floyd did, because Floyd really didn't get that disdain until he decided to do the heel role. That's when it became a problem. The whole
Yeah.
Money Mayweather thing.
Yeah.
Mm,
Fact. Well, the from starting from the Oscar fight because he was talking so much shit to
Well, that's
everybody.
when it started, right? That's when it
Yeah,
started, right?
yeah. That
but
when he promoted that fight and tried to make it the biggest it could be, that's when all that shit started. Honestly, but real quick,
how
what
you
the
say the
fuck?
shit?
How do the fuck do you say your name, brother? Uh,
Bud,
CIPH Bud,
called Bud.
Scythe Bud. Is appreciate you, sir.
Straight cash. And I got enough cigarettes to last me and my family for the rest of our lives. I'm rich, bitch.
All right, who's the greater 130 pounder? Loma or Pretty Boy Floyd? So while I was looking at this,
That's easy.
I think so. I think it's easily Floyd,
Yeah.
Easy.
easily. Um, so while I was looking at this, he fought Rigo at 130, Lomachenko.
Yeah.
He fought Mariaga at 130. He fought Sosa, Jason Sosa at 130. He fought Nicholas Walters at 130. And he fought Roman Martinez at 130.
Mhm.
What was that, five?
Yeah, 5.
Floyd.
Hernandez.
Floyd has a much more extensive record at 130. So, fuck, when did he move up?
Like his 23rd fight or some shit.
Bro, so Floyd fought Gennaro Hernandez, Benjamin Freddy, Carlos Rios, Justin Juco, Carlos Urena, Vargas, Augustus, Corrales, Hernandez, Jesus Chavez. Like all them shits was 130 title defenses. So yeah, it's easily Floyd.
But Mr. P, you said something about Shakur about how they're bringing him up, but that kind of goes back to what I'm saying. Like I could be wrong. I didn't grow up around that time knowing about Sugar Ray when he was coming up. But did Sugar Ray ever have that boring persona put on him? Because even Shakur has gotten that shit like in a few of his fights before recently.
I got you, fam.
Well, no.
Psych bud.
And the reason is Ray really had a lot of pop with him, and he had a decent amount of knockout victories, especially early on too.
That's
So
true. That's a good point.
that's you got to understand with a lot of fans. You got a segment of fans, which is probably the smaller segment that kind of appreciate more the skills and aesthetics of boxing. And then you got a lot of people that, they want the blood and guts. I mean, if we was talking about bullfighting, you got some people that like the bullfighter. Most people, they want to see the bull.
Right. Most people, because they're not educated on what they're watching.
Absolutely.
I go on a limb and say people looking at boxing, the spectators of boxing from the 70s, 80s, and 90s versus what we have right now were more in tune to actual boxing as opposed to who they relate to, as their quote unquote favorite fighters. I just think people really appreciated boxing a lot more as a whole, as opposed to how it's been steered today.
Yeah.
That's a part of it. Because, I mean, Pernell Whitaker, did he get some criticism? But, I mean, he was in some pretty exciting fights.
Yeah.
Got some pretty good fanfare from the audience as well. But you could if Pernell was fighting today, you could classify, or he would be classified stereotypically as this guy that just, runs around the ring, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, even though it's not the truth.
Oh my God. Yeah. And that's what we was saying during that Boring video, bro. And so with Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he would. I mean, I think people would be ready to storm out if they saw the way he fought Thomas Hearns.
Pernell. Even more than Pernell and Floyd.
Yeah.
Well, maybe an older Ray. The younger Ray may be a little more appreciated. Maybe.
Who was the younger Ray?
One who was getting knockouts, I would say. But then again, older Rays.
Well, when you talk about Ray, fighting Wilfred Benitez and those guys, when you start to see these type of fights early on, and Ray was getting, a lot of knockouts.
No, I agree. No, knockout or not, fam. What about Ray versus what about No Mas?
Yeah. Well, that fight, I think they wouldn't do that with that fight, because I think Ray made a critical error of trying to fight Duran's fight, and it didn't pan out for him on the cards. He fought this fight, the second go around, and made it easy for himself. Now that fight, the second fight, people probably would do exactly what you're saying. They'd be hypercritical.
Yeah, that motherfucker's a runner.
Hagler.
This and that and this and that. Yes, I mean it's
Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns won.
Yeah.
Well, now I wouldn't say Tommy Hearns won, because that was kind of a battle, and he knocked Hearns out. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, but towards the end, his initial game plan wasn't to engage.
Right. Yeah, and see that's again, people not understanding what they're looking at. They don't really necessarily, and it's not a knock. I mean, for most fans, it's about entertainment. They're not into the sport to the level of understanding nuances. They didn't realize when you look at the Hearns Leonard, the first fight, Ray took that long to try to figure out what he could do because Tommy Hearns, uh, not just being a good boxer, had really good hand speed and he had that reach. And if you look at that fight early on, Ray had to figure out that he wasn't going to be able to slip this guy and get inside. He wasn't going to be able to do it that way. He had to start to parry this guy and get him off balance a little bit to get his shots off because he had to do that to compensate for that reach advantage. So it took that long to get to that point.
Wait.
And
How does a wait? So how does a you're saying the parry made him off balance?
well, when you parry some shots, the person is kind of going. They could be throwing themselves off balance if they overextending
Oh,
themselves. They
okay.
could
I
throw
hear you.
themselves
I
off.
hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
had
Yeah.
to figure out what he can use basically to compensate for that reach advantage because normally Ray would just outspeed you, but Tommy had good hand speed as well with a really great jab and had that length. So he had to figure out how to what do I need to do to be able to get my shots off. He had to figure that out, and it takes some time sometimes to figure those things out because this is a time now you're talking about the best guys fighting the best guys, not where there's a big disparity in skill level. So that's a part of boxing. We don't see it as much today because you know a lot of the promotional antics goes on. They're trying to preserve a guy's record in order to get the most money, so they're not necessarily going to always fight the toughest fights.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely the end part. That's a whole fact. We was talking. Yeah. Well. Yeah. That's a fact. Let me just say that.
Invincibility marketing is killing the game
Well,
a whole lot.
yeah, because it's not. I mean, that's what Chris was saying earlier, bro. It's not really a sport. It's not really a sport.
Stopped being a sport a long time ago, man.
I think it would be a good idea for maybe every 3 or 4 years for them to have those tournaments, and get them guys locked in. I mean, if you're not going to fight each other, okay, it's been 3, 4 years, it's time to put a tournament together.
Yeah,
Like a
Damn,
I
Super
think they
Six.
put an end to that shit, bro. I don't even know if we're gonna ever see them type of tournaments again.
3 or 4, man. Even 3 or 4 sounds pretty fucking far, man.
Look,
I
Well,
think,
I just say that time to give them
anybody
time
from
to
the
do it on
chat
their
want to
own.
come up and cook, man? Come up and cook.
but I get what
Yeah,
you're saying, Mr. P. I do agree with you.
yeah,
Yeah,
I just say the time limit just to give guys enough time to say, okay, well, you've had enough time to try to,
Links in
get
the
this
chat.
thing together amongst yourselves. Okay, so since you didn't do that, now it's time for us to step in and have a tournament. Because it's really about at one time it was about being the champion, being the top guy, and anybody that's that think that they can do anything with the champion, you work your way, you get up there and you get your shot. It's not like that now. It's just not like that.
Yeah, there's too many champions, and
True.
and and the promotional aspect of it makes those champions not end up fighting each other. So we don't know who's the grand champion
And
out of
here's
yeah.
all the champions. You know what I mean? So unless they're all involved with the same fucking promotional company.
and here's a disrespectful thing too. When you have some champions, okay, because they do have too many belts, but you have champions, all right, and a guy that wants to try to fight the other champions and can't get a fight with the other champions, he gets criticized for fighting his mandatories. It's like, okay, you they you actually have people that I've heard them say in different forms, they rather see these guys fighting tomato cans than fighting, you know, uh, the top three guys or whoever their mandatory is, as if they can't get a fight with another champion. I'm like, that's the most absurd thing I've heard, but that's what's out there now.
I mean, shit, I remember, like, do you guys know? You guys obviously remember just how much controversy I like to this day, I don't understand how Devin Haney got so much hate because Lomachenko decided to drop his belt. That never made sense to me. How you're mad at the guy who was the top contender, who wanted to fight Loma, but the guy dropped his belt, so he got elevated.
It's
Like
asinine.
that
It's
that that
asinine.
that's not his fault. How do you blame somebody for a position they had no control over? It's not as if he turned down the opportunity to face Loma. He didn't have an opportunity. The opportunity was him being a mandatory, but he lost that position as soon as Lomachenko was moved to that franchise bullshit. And what pisses me off about that is that people want to treat Devin Haney like he's the first fighter in boxing history to ever be elevated. Some of these motherfuckers' favorite
Right.
fighters have been elevated. Triple G was a champion who got elevated in 2 different belts. His
True.
first title that he ever won, he was elevated to that title. It's the WBC belt that he won. He was elevated to that title because Canelo chose not to fight him, so his team requested to be elevated to full champion. So
Mhm.
but yet, the only guy he fought at the time was David Lemieux for the IBF. But every other belt he had was elevation. But you didn't hear people bitching and moaning about Triple G not when I mean people, I mean the majority claiming he wasn't fighting people. People
Well,
were
that's the
praising.
double standard. Yeah, that's the double
Exactly.
standard. We talked about that little subtle racist stuff that goes on. That's a part of it. In fact, Devin Haney right now has all the belts, and there's no real mad dash for people, trying to knock down the door to get all the belts, which is that's
Yeah,
just kind of crazy.
that's a fact.
Take a look right now. Look at featherweight right now. Okay, now featherweight is a division where everybody's talking about this unification stuff going on. Where was that at when Gary Russell had the belts?
That's that is an excellent point. How you notice how Leo Santa Cruz is trying to get through past the WBA in order to make a unification with Ray Vargas. But when Gary Russell Jr. was the champion at the time, this man had no intention, was in no hurry, was trying to do everything. He was moving up in weight, trying to fight Tank and all these other fighters, but not Gary Russell Jr. It's clear as day, man. It's bullshit.
It's sad. It's
It's
sad because
it's sad.
how do you call yourself a champion if you don't really want to clear up and solidify that you are the champion? That's why you have to get your hats off. What's my guy that just fought Shakur Stevenson and lost? I
Oh,
mean,
Valdez.
Valdez, right? You have to take your hat off to that guy because a lot of guys refuse to do that. Now
Yeah.
he took his time doing it. Don't get me wrong, but he did do it. So we have to give him credit for it.
I mean, yes, but to a certain extent, look, I said this before, like the whole giving credit to shit, like this is the thing that this is the day and age in boxing for where this has become like the best fighters fighting the best has become such a rarity while we got to give fighters credit for doing what we expect from them.
Isn't that
Shakur
sad?
versus, yeah, that's very sad. Like Shakur versus Valdez, that would have been a typical fight back in the 80s, a fight that was expected, not a fight that were like jumping up and down that they finally got made because these guys, they don't have any hurdles. They're not on different networks. They're both on Top Rank, both undefeated champions, both have been built up to be somewhat of stars on their own platform. And yet this fight was still we still weren't sure if this fight was going to get made, and look how long it took. That's sad. That's what it's
Yeah.
come to in boxing.
Real quick, y'all. My man's Esky. Appreciate the super chat, bro.
Money to burn.
My man say tuition for the tax, the tag, and the title. Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, like come
Classic
on, man.
session, huh?
Yeah, the art of avoidance is in full effect.
It's just changed. Like this whole the minute this franchise shit got really put in, man, this was only gonna just set boxing back. So like, because what I found to be so disgraceful was that the WBC, the people who created this horrible belt, couldn't actually explain it, and they kept changing the rules. I'm like, you would just do the world, the sport, the fighters in general a huge favor by just getting rid of this shit. But obviously, we know why they won't, because it's a money thing. It's just sanctioning fees. But in reality, this was killing the sport because now it created this whole divide for where who's truly the champion. When people were saying Teofimo was undisputed, when in actuality he never was, because he, in order to be undisputed, he needed to beat or fight Devin Haney.
Right.
Yeah, like,
Right.
and yeah, that's the thing these days, man. Like, there's just so much. There's just some new methods of avoidance, trying people not trying to fight each other and shit. It's just it's sad. Like, you brought up a great point with Cruz, who, for the record, I don't know. I still don't know how Cruz is a champion. I still have no clue how this guy has held the WBA belt for this fucking long, and I don't think he's like some point. Someone said in the comment section, this man hasn't defended his title in 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, it's been years.
Oh yeah, it's been a minute.
Like, like at this point, like when the WBA said no, you got to, like when he requested a unification, he's like, no, you have to fight your mandatory. I wasn't even mad at that shit because that's one of the, like, look, as much as I want to see Cruz versus Vargas, like at a certain point, Cruz, you got to fight your fucking mandatories and shit. Like, it's just that's one of the responsibilities as a champion, giving the person under you. There's so many people who waited years to get an opportunity because you were holding the belt hostage. Meanwhile, you were at a different weight class.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man. It's just it's sad. It's sad. Like you said, like we give Valdez credit, yes, for taking that risk, knowing that there's a chance he'd lose. But I don't want to give him like personally. I don't know. You could say the same about Kambosos, but personally, I don't give Kambosos any credit for that fight. I don't.
No, he
I
was
don't give.
forced into it. Yeah, he was forced into it.
I give
He had no
Kambosos.
options.
Yeah, he had no better options. Is how I like to put it. This man was
Correct.
like I said, he was guaranteed his biggest payday. It was a fight in his hometown. He gets a rematch clause, which is also going to be in his hometown. So he has an opportunity, even if he loses the belts, to get all the belts back. It's for undisputed. It's arguably the biggest fight in the division, other than Tank or Ryan Garcia, who are on different platforms. He's a fighter on your platform now. It was a no-brainer. And the other guy who you wanted to fight, which would have been for less money, turn your fight down. There was no other option that would have been viable. Any other choice he would have made would have been less money and wouldn't have been for undisputed. So it's like I'm not gonna give a guy credit because he pretty much had a bullet to his head. Like not really, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, I think he also shot himself in the foot because he had these terms. It was so overwhelmingly one-sided, and then his conduct was just very unbecoming. Once it got made, all the delusional stuff and the De Niro impersonations and shit. Just like you didn't even have to do any of that stuff, and I think it just kind of it aided in the fact that you didn't do well in the fight and you acted an ass leading up to the fight. So people really don't even want to see it at this point.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
for what?
Like, that's why, man, like they already, like Mike Coppinger's already saying that this fight is being negotiated and so forth for October 15th. This shit, like Jem said, I'll probably watch that shit if I got nothing better to do. But do I want to see that fight? Is that a fight I'm looking forward to? Not really, because I never thought highly of Kambosos. I didn't think highly of Kambosos as a fighter, and up until he was pretty much forced to, I didn't look at Kambosos' mentality as a fighter as much anything. Like, people want to complain, oh, a fighter is someone who stand in the ring and fight toe to toe. No, it's not. A fighter is someone who, regardless of their style, is gonna choose to fight the best fighters. That's what I respect. I don't respect that the fact that you think rock'em sock'em is the only way to fight somebody. I respect the fact that with your style, with your skill level, you believe that you have what it takes in order to beat anybody in your division, and you're willing to put it to the test. That's what I respect. That's what makes boxing a sport rather than entertainment. That other shit is what's killing the sport as we speak.
Yo,
Well said.
with that said, I'm finna go to sleep. So I appreciate
All right, y'all.
everybody for showing up. The panel, much love, man. Everybody that's here is definitely invited back. Everybody that fuck with me on a regular basis, you already know what it is. Chat. Much love, man. Everybody that sent super chats, appreciate it, man. Y'all keep the channel going. But I'm about to go to sleep like a motherfucker. So,
I
peace.
appreciate you guys for having me.
All right, y'all.
Peace, sir. Take it easy,
All right,
y'all.
Mr. P.
Take
All
care
right,
now.
y'all.
All right, y'all. Be easy. Be safe.